If you're talking, Chair, you're muted.
Okay.
Sorry, can anyone hear me?
Now we can.
Yes.
Sorry, is someone able to email me the link? I'm having trouble getting back on.
We can hear you, Ron.
Oh, thanks. I'm just on my phone. It'd be preferable to get back on my laptop, but I'm sort of zoned out here. Liam, is he there?
Oh, got it. Carla here. I'm clerking this afternoon. I can see that link just now.
Yeah, thank you. Just wondering, while I sort this out, Cam, do you want to just take over and get the first speaker up and running?
Yeah.
Apologies for that. I just can't seem to log back on my laptop.
Okay. I'm just trying to work out where we are. Clark, are you able to introduce the next our next submitter?
Yes. So we have Callum McMenamin
Yeah.
over Zoom. Callum, are you able to accept as a panelist? Oh, there you are. Great, I can see you. Fantastic.
Kia ora.
Welcome. You've got 5 minutes.
Cool.
Please proceed. I'm just acting chair while Ryan's just getting the link working. Good to have you here.
Thanks. So kia ora, I'm Callum McMenamin. I work as an accessibility consultant. I help organisations make things accessible for disabled people. So I've read the Regulatory Standards Bill, and basically my main feedback on it is I believe it needs an additional principle for good lawmaking that considers compliance with relevant United Nations conventions. So, for instance, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The New Zealand government has ratified this convention. However, in my experience, the government has failed to properly implement this convention in its lawmaking. One recent example is the repeal of the Plain Language Act, where this convention was not considered at all. The legislation guidelines from LDAC were not considered properly. The Cabinet Manual was not considered. So that's why I think the Regulatory Standards Bill could act as an additional measure to keep a check on lawmakers to make sure all laws pass certain levels of quality and considering certain aspects like UN conventions. There's other conventions like the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the Rights of the Child, and a Convention Against Racial Discrimination. So all of those could be sort of combined into a single principle. One other thing is, I really like how the Regulatory Standards Board, you can actually complain to it if legislation doesn't meet the standards. The Ombudsman can't do that, for instance, as far as I'm aware. So I think that's a step forward. Another thing, one of the first principles says that laws should be clear and accessible. I would really like it if these terms were defined a little bit better. From my point of view, accessible means that disabled people can access it, which I think is a pretty good principle. Just making that a bit more clear if that's the intent. There's also another point, another part of the principles is that it says every person is equal before the law. I have seen a lot of commentary that this might remove the potential for affirmative action. So that is taking positive steps for a particular group of people that have suffered discrimination in the past in order to gain equity. I think you could change the wording there and say all humans have equal value before the law. That's just a slight tweak to the wording where it acknowledges we value everyone equally, but we might treat people a little bit differently to correct wrongs that have occurred in the past. So I think that would be a good change to the wording. Another thing is, when I was considering how the Regulatory Standards Board operates, I think it will lack independence. Basically, the minister can hire and fire board members at will. So board members probably won't be very independent because they will want to keep their roles and the funding that they receive. I think that board members should be appointed by the Chief Executive of the Ministry for Regulation so that it is not a political entity. And finally, I have read the Waitangi Tribunal report on this. I think that the government needs to really consider that report and fix up all of the problems that have occurred, for instance, not consulting Māori. I believe that those issues can be resolved and it won't be the end of the world. I think it can all be fixed and we can actually get a good set of standards for our regulations in place. So I think it's all fixable and that's what the government should do. So kia ora, thank you for listening.
Kia ora, Callum. Thanks for your submission. I'm sorry, Mark, we're at time and
All good.
no thanks to me having some technical difficulties running a little bit late. So yeah, appreciate your submission, Callum. We've got Donna next. Clark and team, I'm just wondering with the transition between Zoomers, if we could have them up sort of almost ready to go, actually up in the panel with us, just to maybe make that transition a little bit faster as well, if that's possible. We've got Donna McLean. Welcome, Donna. I can see you just coming on. Or Donald, sorry.
Sorry, yes. Hi.
There you are. Welcome. We've got you for 5 minutes. So I'll let you get straight into it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for having me on the submissions board. A minute's silence. A minute's silence for the death of democracy, says I. No time to waste. I have a playbook to baste, says he. In my playbook, the magic is to make the rich richer while I slur the poorest. Push all sorts of bills, create confusion while causing an economic contusion. A minute's silence for democracy. Oh, no. You've got me, David Seymour, as referee. Do it fast, one upon another. Roll up the next, a perfect smother. Growth, the economy, what wisdom I speak. And under it all, subversive control I seek. Unwind, unroll the great public good while pretending to all to be Robin Hood. Permissions to expand 100% and not even listen, pillorize active dissent. For them that paid tithes, why they all get free rides. Double speak is rule number 1 in this playbook of mine, and Seymour's for me and those who I bind. We'll strip the cupboard bare and mortgage the future, and only the rich, to the best, will I offer a suture. My playbook, my plan is a doodle to do, because my mates are the only ones with votes Are you? A minute's silence for democracy, says I. In the opening gambit of this political game, I took the crown, I made my bold claim, says he. Oh, democracy, sweet democracy, the salve of the middle. I'll state it, I protect it, while on it I piddle. Any bastions against me, I'll roast and make fun. They'll be reduced to a poke, a belittling pun. With my minute, I believe 100% that my short time in power has amassed my portent. I'm an 8% tail that wags a great dog. The greater numbers are twerking in a nascent pretend fog. Ministers gathered around Seymour, exterminate, pulverize the horrendous poor. Capture executive power, I say, give license to money give sway. Luxon behind, Peters attend, Jones on repeat and Brown and pretend. This minute, a submission, in submission, the tiniest voice in this pretense of processing, says I. 6 judges before me, mostly asleep, I pretense of process, the price is so steep. A minute of silence, please, says he. Lieutenants, if I might, it's a moment of history. Will it pass? It should, right? Punching way above the weight of my very small vote, I expect your full backing, or my backers, they'll float. Away to another haven where their money get better spent, greater freedoms for all, on that they're hell-bent. All meaning them and their mates and their grifters, the stakes though sky high, they will win from middle-class drifters. Atlas himself, owned as my fair god, holds up our free New Zealand sky. Libertarian freedom is freedom to boot camp and freedom to deny. Atlas wrote this playbook, refined it often. Think tanks international, Hayek, their boffin. Our coffin, says I. Chapter and verse, New Zealand, Atlas are getting. Great God that he is, on New Zealand they're betting. Might as well speak, says I. A silence for my 5 minutes given. Atlas interpreted, a mythic illusion. An illusion mythique, says he. A metaphor, a portentous, cultureless, emboldened by money freak. So at minute 4, says I call again for a minute's silence, wherein we can roar with the sound of a bottomless, portentous, impassioned, humane, musical score. A minute's silence, says I, and in the silence yet go. Democracy caught, reined in, reined on, if we don't say no. A tiny Seymour glow, says he, because I'm a shoo-in, I know. That is my submission, no RFB. I vote no, I vote no, I vote it down and out. I vote for the we that the best in us becomes. If we vote for the we, that democracy sums. Thank you.
Thank you for that submission. That's taken us to full time. Apologies, Mark. We'll keep you carry over to the next question if we can. We're now going to go to Youth Law Aotearoa for an organisational submission.
Kia ora koutou, ko Darren Atchison, takuinga. Love a good poem. You'll see from our submission, the written submission, that we oppose the bill for 2 broad reasons. The bill is a threat to our democracy and a threat to the interests and well-being of children and young people. We're not going to go through that submission in detail. If you've not read, I did read something over the weekend. If you've not read the commentary by Sir Geoffrey Palmer published on Newsroom last week, I urge you to do so. That really addresses the democratic part of our concerns. It outlines a range of reasons why the bill is bad for democracy. Some of those are that the bill is rushed, it's sloppy, and it lacks detail, but it also disrupts widely accepted democratic principles which have evolved over hundreds of years. It creates confusion about the role of the court, the role of ministers, whether Parliament is subjugated to the views of a single minister or a hand-picked board. It's In our view, it is terrible, terrible law, and it comes at a time when democracies all over the world need all the help that they can get, not rushed, sloppy, and disruptive law like this. Democratic ideals are not nice to haves. They are not only abstract ideas, they have real practical consequences for individuals, communities, and humanity as a whole. In championing this bill, the ACT Party asks us to imagine what human beings could do if they were free to do it for themselves without the politics and bureaucracy. Well, history will tell us exactly what can happen. The democratically elected Nazi Party was free to make 400 laws which gradually eroded Jewish rights. and ultimately led to the Holocaust. The South African Parliament was free to remove democratic representation for non-white people during the apartheid era. And in America, the land of the free, slave owners were free to buy and sell human beings. White states were free to segregate their schools, and gun manufacturers are still free to flood the market with 400 million weapons. In our work at Youth Law, we see the impact of bad law on children and young people every day. In some cases, the primary cause of this harm is a lack of restraint in the economic and market settings of Aotearoa. New Zealand has the highest vaping rates in the world. This is a travesty, and it's happened because Parliament was too slow to regulate. It persists because Parliament is not willing to regulate and restrict the supply of these products. A major review of online pornography laws in the United Kingdom has found a lack of regulation is causing harm to children in society. This lack of regulation means that people are free to make and view legal but harmful pornography, like choking sex, violence and degrading acts, and content that encourages the sexual abuse of children. Lack of regulations means that people are free to make and use artificial intelligent apps which produce harmful, life-damaging deepfake pornography. This is happening in New Zealand classrooms. Children and young people are being harmed in New Zealand today because the same unregulated markets that happen in the UK are happening here. This bill will limit Parliament's ability to regulate these products and protect children and young people from harmful consequences. Intellectual property rights of the online producers of harmful pornographic content will take priority over the wider public interest of protecting children and young people. The best way to protect children and young people from this harmful content and these harmful products is to restrict its production and circulation. But under this bill, there is every possibility that taxpayers would be expected to compensate producers of this content and these products simply because we wanted to protect our children. This bill is crazy. This is bad enough, but there appears to be a grotesque logic buried in this bill, which is not good for markets. In creating this pathway for compensation, it appears as though this bill actually incentivizes the creation of a new market whereby people will actually create harmful technologies and products, knowing that that will lead to legitimate compensation expectations when they are regulated. I can imagine a society when human beings are free to do it for themselves without politics and bureaucracy, and I don't like what I see. We see it in our work every day. There are two types of freedoms. There is the unrestrained freedom of little or no government, which is the freedom that opens the door to tyranny, injustice, and harm. And then there is democratic freedom, a freedom which is based on human rights. And this is the freedom that promises to protect us all from the extremes of human behaviour. I think this is the second type of freedom that New Zealanders want. It is certainly the type of freedom that our children deserve. And I do not know what the New Zealand First or ACT Party thought they were agreeing to when they agreed to support this bill into law, but I don't think you were agreeing for harmful AI porn production apps or the next Pike River. I urge you to be the champions of democratic freedom and to turn this bill away. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. We don't appear to have any questions. So we'll leave it there, but thank you for making the time today.
Thanks for the opportunity. Kia ora.
Kia ora. We now welcome Greg Mossong in the capacity of a personal submission. Welcome, Greg. Are you there?
Thank you. Yes, here.
Fantastic. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes, so we'll let you get straight into it.
Thank you. This is a personal submission. I am actually currently a government policy advisor. The submission is focused on particularly on Section 8 of the Just not sure. Maybe I'll turn the camera off, given that looks like it's the ceiling. Yeah, the submission is focused on Section 8, in particular fees and levies. I have, my background is that I've been involved in preparing, designing 3 cost recovery tools over the last 20 years. By a cost recovery tool, I mean something where the legislation identifies both how the money is raised and how it is spent. Section 8 of this bill identifies 2 types of cost recovery tool. One it calls a fee, where there's a direct relationship between one individual and how it's raised and spent. And the other it calls a levy, where there's a relationship between a group that money's raised from and spent on. They're fine in themselves, but if you compare that with the existing set of statutes, in addition to those 2 forms of user cost recovery, there is a third one that is not provided for in this bill. It's one where you raise money from one group and it's spent on a somewhat wider group that's specified in legislation. Existing legislation tends to call these 3 provisions fees, that maps exactly to fees in the bill, charges, which is the levy in the bill at Section 8F, and then existing legislation, when it talks about a levy, is almost always talking about something where money's raised from one group and spent on a different group. In my view, all 3 tools are legitimate ways of raising or recovering user costs. And I just wanted to draw the committee's attention to the fact that one of those tools in the toolkit, the existing toolkit's missing. I think it was probably missed in the departmental consultation process. But the essence of my submission is that the bill should provide for all 3 types of cost recovery that we have in the existing acts: fees, charges, and levies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Sounds like a useful submission that I'm sure our team will theme up. So thank you for your submission today. We've now got Health Coalition Aotearoa. Who's leading you off? Boyd, is it?
Kia ora koutou, so ko Boyd Swinburne toko ingoa. Thank you very much indeed for this opportunity to participate in this very important democratic process.
Welcome, Boyd. We've got 10 minutes, but just to remind you, if you want any questions at the end, just leave some time if you could.
Sure, yep. Okay, thanks very much indeed, and thank you for allowing me to participate in this democratic process. Hopefully the weight of the voices of the people that you're hearing will carry through into the appropriate destination for this bill. So I co-chair Health Coalition Aotearoa. It's an alliance of over 60 health and community groups advocating for regulations to reduce the harm from our 3 biggest killers, that's tobacco, alcohol, and ultra-processed food. So between those 3, they create about 1/3 of our preventable annual health loss. So we are very keen on good regulations, but we strongly endorse the thousands of submitters who have pointed out these things that you've probably heard over and over again about the bill failing 3 times and very narrow principles, no certidity, environmental, health or social impact, overwhelming opposition to the bill from the public, from scholars and experts, government agencies and so on. So we believe that this bill is unequivocally not the best way to improve the quality of regulations. But I'd just like to be able to put the public health risks that this bill poses. And the problem that we face in trying to get regulations to prevent harm is not so much that the existing regulations that we have are poor and have been badly written. No, it's that we have too few regulations to constrain the corporate power and the corporate exploitation of people, especially those who are struggling the hardest. So we have this regulatory chill. So New Zealand does very poorly on this front of regulating harm products. We have, for example, no effective regulations to protect children from marketing of alcohol and ultra-processed foods, to control the nicotine and addiction-enhancing chemicals in cigarettes, to prevent the high density of fast food outlets and so on. So this regulatory chill, the lack of regulations, is the threat of pushback from the corporations, and that rather prevents politicians from making the policies in the first place. And this bill, we believe, will undoubtedly increase the levers for regulatory chill, perhaps turning it into a regulatory freeze. So I just want to give a very concrete example of this. So in Australia, nicolaroxin was a very rare example of a brave health minister who really understood the value of regulations in improving health. And in 2011, she led the passage of the plain packaging of cigarettes into law. So, of course, the government was immediately taken to the High Court by the tobacco industry. Philip Morris changed its headquarters to Hong Kong so that it could use a free trade agreement with Australia and take Australia to an investor-state dispute tribunal, and the industry supported challenges through the World Trade Organizations. So these legal challenges to this piece of public health regulation were multiple. And what were the grounds that the industry used to prosecute its case against the Australian government? Well, it was the acquisition of property and rights without compensation. Its trademarks, designs and colours and so on that would be unfairly taken away, and the government was not going to compensate them for it. And this is exactly the same provisions that are in this bill. So did these challenges succeed, legal challenges? No, they didn't. But the process ran for 9 years, including all the appeals, cost the Australian government more than $50 million to defend it. And it was only after these cases were settled that countries like New Zealand were able to drop the regulatory chill on that and actually implement it ourselves. So they did achieve an increase in regulatory chill for nearly a decade. And so while the officials in the Ministry of Regulations tried to reassure me that corporations would not be able to succeed in using this bill if it passed into law in the same way, I think it's very naive to think that the industry would not weaponize the privileging of its private property and rights in this bill. In fact, this is what this bill is designed to do. So in our view, the best outcome from this select committee process is that it upholds democracy against the ideological drive of a minor party by listening to the people and implementing other ways of achieving better regulation that the Ministry for Regulation and the other government agencies and all the experts that you're hearing from are recommending. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Boyd. We'll go to Mark Cameron.
Afternoon, Boyd. Thank you so much for joining us on the select committee process. Boyd, would you be aware that the second chief concern of the constituency currently is that the health sector is underfunded and under-resourced, and having a productivity crisis? Now, that's the constituency saying that. What do you think the reason for the constituency being so concerned about the health sector in general would be?
Yeah, so the constituency sees health largely as hospitals and GPs and so on, and that surely is overworked. A lot from these preventable diseases for which there are regulations around alcohol, ultra-processed food leading to obesity, diabetes, car crashes, alcohol problems, tobacco and so on. there are plenty of good regulations which we have not implemented in this country, which would help reduce the pressure on healthcare services. So, yep, hospitals are visible and people see that as a concern, but really we're not doing the prevention well, and that's because we do not have enough good regulations.
Okay, Boyd, as a supplementary, thank you, Mr. Chair, very quickly, how do you then square, sir, that we've gone in 5 years from spending $18 billion on health to now 32 billion, and yet outcomes are worse? Do you think, sir, that there's a case of that we've got, in some instances, poor regulations that perhaps maybe the Ministry of Regulation could weed out so we actually get better productivity to the doctors and nurses?
Yes, I'm not sure what those regulations are that you're talking about that are creating that. I'm talking about the prevention side, where we simply just do not have good enough regulations. And I think that this bill will add to that problem. I don't think it's going to reduce it. I think we should be taking the advice of the experts and the agencies about better ways to regulate.
No further questions. Thank you, Boyd.
Thank you, Mark.
Francisco.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your submission, Boyd. One of the things that I'm interested in your submission was you mentioned how there was skepticism you expressed about the reassurances you've had from the Ministry for Regulation officials. They've said to us that Section 24, which is that the Act doesn't confer any legal rights or obligations, means that the corporations being able to use this to have regulatory chill those concerns aren't valid. Can you explain why you still have concerns despite that assurance, Boyd?
Well, I think that the history shows that these industries with very deep pockets will use whatever legal levers they can. And I use the example of the tobacco and the Australian one, which was pretty clear. But we've seen that also in New Zealand with the alcohol policies, with supermarkets and the alcohol industry preventing the introduction or the proper introduction and implementation of local alcohol policies. So I do think we need good regulations in there to be able to prevent the corporations from weaponizing it and using it. In the end, it may well fail, but don't forget that they are trying to delay and create more chill for these regulations to be in place.
We're still just in time. Megan Woods, the question.
Thank you, Boyd, for your submission. I share your view that the best case scenario is that this bill doesn't pass into law. But we have heard from a previous submitter that if it is going to be passed into law, some suggested amendments, one of which was that it doesn't apply to existing regulations, so it's not a retrospective piece of legislation. Just wondered around your views on that.
Yes, I've seen quite a bit of commentary about its use on retrospective legislation, and I think there's a whole lot of uncertainty about what that's going to mean. I'm not an expert in that space. I think the biggest problem to me sits in the principles that this is privileging a couple of things that need to be taken into account, not the totality of what needs to be taken into account. So if the bill was going to be amended to make it more useful and have better impacts, those principles would need to include all of these things that the submitters are including, and that will then follow into the other regulations and probably then applied to retrospective legislation if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, thank you. We have met time. Thank you, Boyd, for your fulsome submission.
Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora. We've now got Louis Board up online. Welcome. Just got, yeah, you're away. Kia ora. Yes, we can hear you.
Sweet as. Looking at this bill, I do not see a piece of legislation. I see a small minority party reshaping the very fabric of Aotearoa. Decades of precedent, debate, social justice, and activist work will be undone in one fell swoop. This legislation is often often described as deeply divisive. I argue, however, that this is not the case. The last time the public was allowed to have a say, 23,000 New Zealanders spoke their minds through the submission process, with only 0.33 supporting the bill. This is David Seymour's fourth attempt to pass this legislation. Each time it has been overwhelmingly rejected by the people of Aotearoa. The government that governs best is the government that governs least. This is a direct quote from David Seymour speaking on the House floor. A quote that, in my opinion, encapsulates the aim of the Regulatory Standards Bill. It is a view that is unrealistic and undemocratic. The idea of cutting bureaucratic red tape sounds great in theory, as we have seen countless times throughout Aotearoa's history. Unregulated industries are not to be trusted. I will remind you of the Pike River Mine tragedy. This event took place on November 19, 2010, resulting in the devastating loss of 29 New Zealanders. Since then, we have seen significant changes to workplace regulation, including the Health and Safety Act in 2015. This, however, has not resulted in safer work conditions, with nearly 10,000 Kiwis having died from occupational health issues or workplace fatalities since that date. An average of 1,000 deaths per year, 3 per day. This does not include the nearly 500,000 workers injured in the workplace over the same period. Regulations and safety standards are written in blood, the blood of thousands who have died trying to put food on the table. These are not statistics, these are people. I have another quote from David Seymour, again taken from the House. This bill is a crucial piece of legislation for improving the long-term quality of regulation in our country, and ultimately allowing New Zealanders to live longer, happier, and wealthier lives. Well, in my opinion, this bill does not aim to do that. It is the exact opposite. When a significant portion of our workforce, especially Māori, are employed in high-risk industries such as forestry, agriculture, and manufacturing, now is not the time to reduce regulations and safety standards. I also would like to talk on housing. In a country where 1 in 3 Kiwis are renting their home, including me, it is shameful that this bill is even being considered. Think of the majority of renters whose homes have mould, the almost half who live in damp houses, and the third of New Zealanders who can see their breath inside their own homes. Back in 2019, the Healthy Homes Standards was introduced, aimed at revolutionising the rental market and giving renters a chance to live in a house that is fit for purpose. This bill seeks to dismantle the over half a decade of precedent set by that act. I will again raise the issue of cutting the red tape, which has already been attempted in the housing sector. In 1993, when the 1991 Building Act came into effect, the industry was allowed to take the reins, and we saw the emergence of the leaky building crisis. Companies cut corners to increase their profits, as without regulation, they were free to do things on the cheap. This not only caused several thousand homes and commercial buildings to fail to meet any sort of safety or health requirements, but also cost the government billions of dollars. This is something that has affected tens of thousands of Kiwis and will continue to affect them if the bill is passed. The industry does not know best. It has failed us time and time again in the name of profit, and will leave Parliament to clean up the mess. We must aid our renters, not the landlords that have been graciously given billions in tax cuts to. Instead, we need to force them to meet the standards. In a cost of living crisis we have not seen since the financial crash, this bill seeks to give even more power to the landlord and developer class. It is unfair to everyday New Zealanders. It is unjustifiable to allow our most vulnerable to suffer. Unquestionably, this bill represents a return to our neoliberal past that did nothing but create suffering for the working class and our most vulnerable. In summary, I believe this is an appalling piece of legislation that will not only set Aotearoa back decades, but will also result in people's lives being lost, the health of our nation worsening, and a social unravelling. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're now going to welcome Kiwis for the Treaty.
Should be coming. Hi.
Hi, Mike.
Should be appearing. Oh, hang on, I'll turn the camera on. That might help. There we go.
Yep. Fantastic. Welcome. We see you, and you've got 10 minutes with us.
Oh, cool. Okay. Well, I don't think I'll take that long, but tēnā koutou, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. I'm speaking as chair of the members and supporters of Kiwis for the Treaty, which opposes the Regulatory Standards Bill. We're a diverse group of New Zealanders. We've got everything from students through to doctors, farmers, lawyers, builders, etc., and across the country. But our key sort of unifying interest is that we believe the treaty is a key way of unifying New Zealand and making us more successful. We're not aligned with any political parties on either side. In fact, our members have voted for every single party. In terms of background, my work has been in private investment, corporate management, and originally as an RMA lawyer. I'm also a fifth generation Pākehā New Zealander. There's two things I really wanted to talk about. One was some of the principles that have been drafted, and secondly, just to maybe walk through a scenario of how the bill could be used, because I think there's a
Oh, was it just me, or did we lose him?
I've lost him on my screen as well.
Someone pushed the red share button.
It's not there.
Okay, we'll give him a minute to come back. Otherwise, we had to re-jostle him. Yep, you're back.
I don't know what happened there. Anyway,
Karen.
yeah, okay. So look, in terms of the first issue, I suppose when we look at the way the bill has been drafted, it puts great weight on including the rule of law, and of course everyone would agree with that. So sort of key provision throughout England, Europe, and the Commonwealth. But the interesting bit is when you get to the equality principle, which really deals with majorities and minorities, it says every person is equal before the law. And we've heard that repeated a lot on TV, and we get that. But actually what it's failed to do is it fails to reflect the actual principle that was set out by senior English judge Lord Bingham in 2006. And why that matters is because the actual principle, the rule of law about equality, which most of the English-speaking world at least follows, says that it has an extra part to that same sentence, which says, save to the extent that objective differences justify differentiation. So that's a proviso to say that in a democracy, you will have minorities of all sorts of people. It might be Māori, it might be fishermen, it might be, I don't know, raft of things, crochet knitters, I don't know. But the point is, that is the exception to the rule of equality. So where people have an objective difference, that should be provided for. And so I don't know why that's missing in this legislation. Maybe someone from that party can explain why they chose to only put half the sentence in, but they did. But its absence will have a profound effect on minorities. And its absence will, I'm sure, raise eyebrows across the Commonwealth and further as to why this New Zealand, who has been a well-known democracy, has decided to jettison the very core part of its rule of law. Now, the second thing I wanted to talk about was the international treaty principle. One of the other principles that Lord Bingham set out was that as part of the existing principle, the rule of law requires compliance by the state with its obligations in international law. The law which, whether deriving from treaty or international custom and practice, governs the conduct of nations. And then he said, I do not think this proposition is contentious. Neither should it be. But again, it's not there at all in this legislation. And again, why has there been a bit of a cut and paste job on this and a selective editing? Accident or intentional, I don't know. But if it's there, then it just reminds the government and reminds the Regulatory Standards Board that there is an international treaty obligation, and it's the obligation under the Treaty of Waitangi, which by anyone's reckoning is and was and still is an international treaty that we're bound by. So again, ACT may or may not have a rationale as to why they chose to do that. Now, the second thing, and sort of that I really want to talk about, is just really this issue of, well, what does it all mean? And I think everyone's got a bit confused on that, including myself at times. But I've decided I'd try and run scenarios to say, well, if we get this legislation, what could happen? And I suppose one of the key things for a select committee is the job of spotting the wolf in sheep's clothing. So it's crucial that, you know, the select committee spots bills that look nice and friendly but can cause havoc if they're enacted. And that's an issue that with societies that's gone right back to the days of when Christ delivered his Sermon on the Mount and he mentioned the wolf in sheep's clothing. That's where it comes from. Well, I would argue that this bill is one of those ravenous wolves, which if passed will make it much easier for the government to do things such as sell public land, strategic businesses and state-owned assets. And some commentators have argued that that actually is the really true rationale for this whole piece of legislation, and why it's been pushed so hard for so long is because of the interests of some parts of the economy in accessing those assets, or people from overseas accessing them. Because there's no actual reason to do it. We know the current system works very well. We've got government departments saying it works very well. And we've had international agencies saying that it works very well. In fact, we've got one of the best quality of regulation in the, globally. So then I suppose the question was, so that, okay, well, whatever, let's see what would happen if you decided to do something like sell Palmu, which has been talked about for a long time, and it could be transfer, one's worth 2 billion, one's worth 5 billion. They're quite material to any government's budget. So Palmu, big business, 110 farms, 360,000 hectares, 1,000 staff. Variety of crops. One of its core purposes is to hold land for possible transfer to iwi in future treaty settlements. So I thought, well, okay, what's a realistic thing that happen? Well, the government could get an offer, say 2 billion from an overseas agricultural fund, and that offer is conditional on Palmu's assets, all of their assets, and the transaction being completed quickly. So what's the response? You get farmers who say, no, that land should be sold to us in New Zealand. We're the best people to do it. And we don't have enough time under the overseas investment. You've got environmentalists who say, oh, these people are terrible. And you get Māori saying this land was meant to be protected for us. But the government says, no, we've got to keep going. They know there's an issue with the State-Owned Enterprises Act, and they know there's an issue with the Overseas Investment Act. But by pushing this legislation through to enable this act to happen, the Minister of Regulation is able to advise Parliament that the liberty principle says that they should be able to sell those assets. The treaty is not relevant. There's no relevant criteria. Social impact on farms is not relevant. Potential environmental effects are not relevant. So this there's no good reason for this not to go ahead. And then you go, oh, that's the wolf in sheep's clothing, and it's arrived. And it would have a dramatic effect on New Zealand economy when you start putting those level of types of transactions together without the public being involved. So not saying that it's a right or wrong thing to do this types of sales, but if it happens, it needs to be one that considers all the issues across all the groups, and then the Parliament can make its decision. So that's submissions. I hope they're of some help.
Thank you for that. Yep, we are nearly at time, so we'll leave it there. But thank you for that.
Okay.
Very fulsome.
Thank you very much.
We're now going to welcome the Māori Women's Welfare League. I'm not sure who's leading off for it.
Kia ora.
Dr. Hope, kia ora.
Kia ora.
Welcome. We're in your hands for the next 10 minutes. Of course, feel free to leave a couple of minutes at the end for questions if you would like.
Okay, I'll try. Oh, thank you, kia ora. Yes, my name is Hope Tupara, and I'm the National President of the Māori Women's Welfare League. I'll take it that you've read the written submission. of the Māori Women's Welfare League, and I'll also refer you to the written submission of the Māori Women's Welfare League dated Monday, the 13th of January 2025, that was submitted to the Ministry for Regulation during the consultation process of the proposed RSB. For clarity, this oral submission and the written submission were not created by a bot or any other type of artificial assistant. The written and oral submission were prepared by me, and I'm also not deranged, nor do I have any related syndrome. I've read the Regulatory Standards Bill, so the submission is not based on misinformation either. The comment I will make is the Minister for Regulation is content on continuing propaganda that references to Te Tiriti are race-based, and that is his rationale for omitting Te Tiriti from this bill. He is wrong. He wants citizens to be convinced that Te Tiriti is a race-based document. He is wrong. It's not a race-based document. And if you believe that yourselves, the League would be happy to sit down with you and talk about why it is a document for peace and flourishing for all of our nation. The additional comments or questions I have are as follows. The RSB role in maintaining consistency with sections 22 of the Constitution Act that concerns parliamentary control of public finances, which makes it unlawful for the Crown to spend public money, for example, except by or under an Act of Parliament. I raise a question about the connection of this role and treaty settlement processes not yet under an Act of Parliament. The League as a charity has accessed legal aid under a number of Waitangi Tribunal inquiries, and more specifically as an original claimant of the Manawahine inquiry. I met last week with staff from the Ministry of Justice over the current review of legal aid, and there's also a review of the Waitangi Tribunal legislation going on, for which we will be putting in a submission. So my question is around whether that kind of activity is considered to be something that's not under an act. The other comment I want to raise for your attention is under section 8E and F. Will we be charged in future for legal aid? There is also a mention of a class of payers. What does that class of payers look like? In terms of part 32 about the complaint system, there's too little detail about the complaint system. So how will it work and how will it be funded? I support the submitter, Callum McManaman. Sorry, Callum, if you're listening and I've said your name wrong, that the RSB does not recognise international agreements, which includes the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The recommendation for our submission is written to you, but our opposition to this bill stands for the reasons in our written submission, both this process, but also the proposed process, the proposed regulatory bill at that time. Another question I have is the RSB Act binds the Crown. It's extremely difficult to reconcile how an act of the Crown or an act that binds the Crown does not recognise Te Tiriti or Waitangi. We also recommend that you extend the time for oral submissions to align with the number of submissions that have been received by you and ensure all voices are heard and their input considered fairly. That's the end of our submission.
Thank you, Dr. Hope. There doesn't appear to be any questions. So thank you very much for both written and oral. Oh, there's one from Francisco Hernandez.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
It's not a hard question.
Well, hopefully it won't be a hard one. And thank you so much for your submission up and the work that the Māori Women's Welfare League does. I think one of the things that that you've raised in your submission that hasn't come up that much is the information seeking powers that the Ministry for Regulation has among non-public agencies. Can you elaborate on your concerns around that section, which is point 6 of your submission?
Well, we struggle already to keep up with all the demands that government has on us. I get emails almost daily asking us to consult. So I guess the question is around what might be expected of us. I mean, we're audited anyway, so in terms of that, we're always trying to improve our systems, but it's the expectation of voluntary organisations like ours. That's unclear.
Right. So you think it'll just add regulatory burden to organizations that are voluntary that receive public funding?
Well, I don't think any voluntary organisation like ours is worried about an inquiry into our processes, etc. However, we don't have the same machinery of government that the government has. We don't have staff I'm not saying that government has staff available either, but we probably have a lot less resources than the government does. If it expects us to behave in the same way as maybe more resourced organisations do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks once again for the work you do.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. We're now going to welcome Hilda Hawkyard Harawira, who's providing a personal submission.
Hi, kia ora.
Kia ora, welcome.
Tēnā koe.
We're in your hands for 5 minutes.
Okay, kia ora. Right. Up here in Te Tai Tokerau, when you wear sunglasses, it's because you're either going to go to sleep in a hui, or because the person that you're talking to you that's talking to you is telling a whole lot of lies. So anyhow, I'd like to wear I'm not saying that that's you personally. I'm just saying when you see people in Tai Tokerau, they either think you're real upstanding or full of it. Anyhow, this proposed real sinister bill, RSB, I liken it because I don't want to, I've submitted my submission and I don't really want to say what I've already said in there and a few others. It's a flatliner in a hospital emergency room. It's a bland nothingness, which kind of mirrors the absence of humanity of its designer in a way. And I call it a real shite bill because it lacks good, fair governance principles. I don't see anything in that framework that talks about good health, education, well-being outcomes, nor respect for all members of the community. There's more respect for the individual, the money makers, and I kind of think it's a backward step in the development of Aotearoa as a potentially leading Pacific nation. So anyhow, about this, I call it the real kaka bill. It's a whitewash. It promotes historical amnesia of the terrible past colonial behaviour, which we thought after 185 years we were putting behind us as a distant memory. But it's like a bad dream coming back to haunt you. This bill does not protect nor recognise the constitutional mana of he whakaputanga me te treaty or Waitangi, and will effectively, this kaka bill will rewind all the long-fought Māori gains made in yesteryear, such as our treaty settlements and many other gains that we've made as many hapuiwi and Māori. I do worry that this bill will deny, in its blandness, will deny proactive kaupapa Māori initiatives and affirmative action programs, which ensures we have more doctors, more dentists, more engineers, etc., and successful education in the field of kaupapa Māori, kura kaupapa Māori. This bill kind of reverses all the hard work done by, our tupuna, both Māori and Pākehā and Pacifica and Asia, who worked really hard over the last many 50 years to build a solid and meaningful bicultural nation of Aotearoa. And what I really dislike about this bill, it kind of uplifts personal liberties and economic and property rights over collective rights. So like if I liken it to, your street floods. Would you expect your neighbours or your rescuers to help out everybody in the street, or just the shopkeeper or the vape store owner? Because that's kind of where this RSB thing goes. And I when I say I still hold the government responsible for good governance, if you don't believe me, then you should, if you need white affirmation of what is good governance, then maybe the government, you politicians, could look at some of the principles laid out by your own Auditor General. So, horiko he tino kōrero atu I tērā. I just wanted to make that known. I find all these submissions kind of tedious, so I do appreciate that I got 5 minutes, and I'll leave it at that. Kia ora.
Kia ora, and thank you for your submission. Your position is very clear, and some nice shades you got there too. All right, we're going to welcome Nicholas Hayden now. He's also doing a personal submission.
Hello. Yes, thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, you're in Flesh and Wellington. Welcome. Sorry we couldn't be there with you.
Yeah, one of the few who's actually turned up in person. Okay, so what I'd first like to do is go through a couple of the actual drafting points that I made in my submission. So overall, I'm in support of the bill, but there are a couple of clauses I've identified which I don't believe are clear enough or go far enough. The first one being clause 5A, where if the chief executive believes that the legislation they are putting up is consistent with the Regulatory Standards Act, there's actually no requirement on them to detail why they reach that conclusion. All they actually have to do is say, yes, we did it. And that is going to make it quite difficult to do any consistency checks afterwards. So the first recommendation I'm making is that there be some requirements put in there to actually specify why. What was the analysis done to conclude? Because at the moment you only need to put analysis in if you decide that you want to be inconsistent. The second point is on principle 8K, and that is the one about costs and benefits. At the moment, it's not clear where those costs and benefits lie when the analysis is being conducted. So my recommended changes there are that it refers to benefits for New Zealand and costs of the legislation to public or persons of New Zealand, i.e. to narrow down the scope so it's not necessarily anyone anywhere in the world. It refers to New Zealanders because that's what the New Zealand Parliament's responsibility is. So those are my specific drafting comments. So the other comments I want to make are around the point that this RSB is needed, and it's not just because of poor legislation by previous governments. Even this current government, I think, will have fallen foul of it if this act had been in place. An example here is the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill, quite a long title. Now that bill impaired the property of landowners who might otherwise have wanted to convert some of their land to forestry. It didn't provide any compensation to those landowners who wanted to do that. It just, their right was taken away. Now, I'm not saying that that is bad law. That legislation may well be entirely justified, but the decision not to compensate that impairment didn't have its reasons documented. And that illustrates the underlying reason why this bill is important, because it imposes a requirement on the government to, as I put it, show you're working, which is similar to what you might have in a maths exam or something. It's not sufficient just to come up with an answer. You also need to explain how you got to that answer. And that, to me, is what this RSB will require. So that's why I support it, because of the requirement to show you're working. Now, some of the other comments I've heard from other submitters have been around alleged inconsistency or not matching up with the Treaty of Waitangi. So what I did is I had a look through the principles to see how consistent they are with the treaty. And if I just run through quickly, so principle A, the rule of law, all of those in there, particularly A2, that's pretty well aligned with Article 2 of the treaty. Equality before the law, that's Article 3. A5, that's pretty much Article 1. If we look through some of the others, liberties, that's Principle B. Article 2, taking of property, that's Article 2. Some of these others are not addressed, but they're not inconsistent, such as taxes, levies, and fees. Then if we go down to 8G, that's Article 1 again. Article 2. J, that's not inconsistent. Some of them didn't really have any meaningful applicability in 1840, such as 8K, because cost-benefit analysis didn't really exist in 1840, so you might expect the treaty wouldn't have talked to that. So when I look through it, I don't see anything in there that is inconsistent with the treaty. There's stuff there that's very specific, and there's other stuff that's silent. So I don't see that there is any problem there. And my final point is that to those who are opposed to the bill, particularly persons in other parties, I would say that there's no need to repeal the bill or the subsequent act entirely. The principles that are put into it can be added or deleted over time. But that should be done in a transparent manner. So again, coming back to this show your working point, if there are some new or better principles, they can be put in the future. Because to say that you want to throw it out in its entirety is effectively saying you don't want to have any principles at all, and that effectively is unprincipled politics. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nicholas. Yeah, very succinct and articulate presentation. So I appreciate you coming in.
Okay, thanks.
We're now going to hear from Transpower. I think they're back online. Organisational submission. We've got Raywin, Moss and Joe joining us. Welcome, ladies, and you've got us for 10 minutes, but of course you can leave some time for questions at the end.
Thank you. Thank you. Kia ora, and thank you for the opportunity to present today on the Regulatory Standards Bill. Being conscious of time, we'll keep introductions brief. So I'm Raywin Moss, EGM, Customer and External Affairs, and with me is Joe Moore, our Senior Corporate Counsel. And I think you'll no doubt be familiar with who Transpower are. We're the owner and operator of the National Electricity Transmission Grid, and we're here to talk to you about the existing regulatory regime that applies to the grid and that we expect to continue to apply, and the potential impact of one particular clause of the bill, Clause 8C. Perhaps just to touch on, so electricity lines have perhaps an unusual sort of regulatory regime compared to other infrastructure. So I'll just touch on that briefly. So the bulk of overhead lines that make up the national grid were constructed during the 1930s and then through from the 1950s through to about the 1980s. And at that time, at the point that they were being built, there were offers of compensation. And acquisition would have been under the relevant regime at the time, probably including the earlier versions of the Public Works Act. And in most instances, formal property rights were not necessarily obtained. As a result of that, about 93% of our overhead lines, which run the length of the country, rely on statutory rights under the Electricity Act. And the Act authorises the occupation of land and sets out the work that can occur on our lines before compensation is payable or property rights need to be obtained. So the need to obtain property rights is mostly triggered in urban areas, occasionally in rural areas where we might be upgrading lines, for example, adding a second conductor to a line. The Electricity Act also provides protections. So regulations under the Act set safe distances, for instance, for locating buildings and earthworks from lines. And there's also regulations around vegetation trimming. all designed to ensure that public safety and that the assets aren't compromised. I'll hand to Jo.
Thanks, Rowan. In addition to the Electricity Act, further protections for existing lines are provided via national direction under the RMA, and this national direction requires corridors around the lines to prevent inappropriate development from being established, and the relevant restrictions also relate to building structures and earthworks. And the national direction package for phase 2 of the RMA proposes that those restrictions be placed in regulations under the RMA, and these protections are important, particularly for avoiding additional or new housing being constructed under lines. So inappropriate development can compromise existing electricity lines, whether it's buildings, construction too close to the lines, trees falling into the lines, and it can also have a big impact on public safety. So against that background, we've lodged quite a targeted submission on Clause 8C of the bill, and as you'll be aware, that sets out one of the principles for responsible regulation, and it provides that legislation and also regulation shouldn't impair property without landowner agreement unless there's good justification, fair compensation, and that the compensation is payable by the party benefiting. And we're concerned that any review of the Electricity Act and the regulations under it could potentially fall foul of the principles set out in 8C, and we're particularly concerned about potential for compensation to be revisited, with additional compensation being payable for existing statutory rights and protections that apply to existing lines, and ultimately any revisiting of compensation due to Clause 8C would be borne by the electricity consumer. So to address this situation, we've suggested that the Electricity Act and regulations under it are exempted from Clause 8C, and we've also suggested that protections afforded to existing infrastructure, including under the RMA, are likewise exempted. So we're happy to take questions.
Very good. I can see there's a question from the Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, and thank you for your very detailed submission. I've got 2 questions. One is the section around compensation that could be required and that would fall on consumers putting up power prices. You've talked about the fact that people bought properties knowing that the Electricity Act allowed these lines over their properties, and you talk about over 11,000 kilometres of transmission lines. Have you done any back of the envelopes of what the impact on people's power bills, whether they be households or businesses, would be?
No, we haven't. But I mean, you're quite right that we have the asset base is extensive, and I guess we have no idea at what level compensation would be set if that was to occur.
But
it would be expensive. It would be expensive, yeah.
And it would not be factored into TPM, would it? Or would it just be a flat fee?
I guess it would be something that would need to be worked through very carefully, because to find, and I guess we're hopeful that this doesn't occur, but if it was to occur, that it would have to be considered in a very, as to how do you do this in a way that's administratively simple, without creating
anything that pushes up power prices is of a concern. The other one is my second question, Mr. Chair, if that's okay. It's a quick one. Is around one of my favourite topics, the tree regs. And we know that we need to be strengthening our regulations in regard to our distribution and transmission assets in the case of extreme weather events and keeping the power on for communities. How would you see as this cutting across our ability to provide resilience into New Zealand's electricity infrastructure?
Yeah, I can answer that one. We have touched on the tree regs very briefly. Certainly the trees regs is under review now. At the moment, they only relate to trimming of trees, so we could potentially be having to, compensate for that, even if it's an amenity tree, but it could have big implications on the ability to amend that legislation to address tree fall risks, particularly where it relates to forestry. And certainly my understanding, potentially the the smaller forestry blocks that sort of plant and then walk away and they come back only when it needs to be harvested, we could have issues there in terms of the need to compensate for inappropriately planted trees. Yeah, so it could absolutely cut across resilience. Yeah.
Supplementary, Mr. Chair. So we know during Gabrielle that actually people not maintaining some of those forestry blocks actually led to significant outages of power for communities. Are you saying this would make it even harder for us to make sure that we had that resilience in our electricity network?
I think it could well do that, depending on how the requirement for compensation played out. Certainly under the Electricity Act at the moment, we can't get on and do work until compensation is agreed where it's triggered. So if there's that kind of regime put in place in terms of that payment of compensation, it could impact on that.
And we have had examples where, sort of agreeing compensation before work can be done can go on for years and years, which is obviously not particularly satisfactory from a vegetation perspective.
And would also push up power prices if there's having to be more compensation for this. So pretty gloomy picture all round.
Yeah, there is one other point I would make, that we haven't made this in our submission, but I am concerned that there is the potential for compensation under a whole lot of different pieces of legislation and regulation for what is essentially the same transmission line. So there's that potential for not just compensation once, but multiple times.
Thank you. That'll be something for our officials to note in the process. Thank you both for your submissions, Raewyn and Joe. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now going to hear from Tohu Media. I think we've got Leanne and Candy presenting.
Tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā koutou, we're in your hands. You've got 10 minutes, but of course leave some time for questions at the end if you'd like.
Kia ora. By way of introduction, e ngā mana, e ngā reo, e ngā kārangatanga maha, o ngā iwi, o ngā motu. Ki te Committee of Finance and Expenditure, ngā mihi o te ahi. Good afternoon. Ngā mihi for the opportunity to give our oral submission today on behalf of Tohu. Ko Leanne Wahanui Peters tōku ingoa, ko Candy Wahanui Peters tōku teina, my younger sister. We are tangata whenua of Tāmaki Makaurau. We are 2 of 3 whānau directors of Tohu Media, a Māori-owned company which develops artificial intelligence, AI, to protect the intellectual and collective rights in Māori tonga. We identify and validate the cultural interests of iwi and hapu. This intensive IT innovation journey is marked by 4 years so far of hard work under the management of Candy and the team. Tohu does not support this bill. We do support or tautoko the submissions in opposition by experts who have come before us, such as Sir Geoffrey Palmer, Annie Makaire, e Hongaroa Māori o Aotearoa, and Carmen Jones, and tomorrow Professor Jane Kelsey, amongst other experts. Candy will highlight 3 main points from our written submissions in the context of why we have concerns with this bill and its likely negative impact on Tohu Media and undermining the foundations that are necessary for its work and more broadly Aotearoa's potential in the global IT sphere. And finally, we would like to take questions in the remaining time. I'll hand over to Candy. Tēnā koe, tēnā koutou. Why Tohu Media cares. We champion Aotearoa's technological sovereign future. How? Mātauranga is our competitive edge. It offers solutions the world needs: sustainable resource management, enriched knowledge databases, and ethical AI. Working with iwi hapu, Tohu Media enhances both modern and traditional knowledge systems. For example, there may be areas that data scientists don't know about, but they can apply local knowledge and customs passed down over the centuries with the creation of customized algorithms unique to that hapu or iwi. Sovereignty through infrastructure. We own, build, and process our AI models locally.
We store and share data locally. This isn't just cultural protection. We are building technological sovereignty for Aotearoa. Aotearoa first in practice. Our concerns, the bill's threat to sovereignty. A, silencing te tiriti, silencing innovation. The bill excludes te tiriti from its regulatory principles, which is a breach in itself. This isn't merely constitutional vandalism, it's economic self-sabotage. Māori knowledge partnerships depend on the Crown's duty to honour its obligations to Māori for Māori to protect our taonga. B, undermining knowledge sovereignty. Data sharing powers could force disclosure of culturally sensitive innovation systems to foreign third parties and possible foreign exploitation. Regulatory efficiencies tests may pressure agencies to adopt cheap foreign AI over Māori developed tools. C, global leadership at stake. Aotearoa can lead the world in Indigenous innovation, but this bill favours international standards over local-based knowledge, treats mātauranga as a regulatory hurdle, not an asset of economic, cultural value. It sacrifices our unique advantage to be a global leader of Indigenous technology by prioritising deregulation over cultural guardianship and innovation.
So in closing, he whāriki mā tauranga o Aotearoa te taonga. Māori knowledge is Aotearoa's taonga. Tohu is blending tradition and technology to protect our cultural taonga. This bill cynically and unintelligently dismisses that unique value without having a full understanding of the opportunities domestically and globally. Aotearoa needs to lead globally by honouring Indigenous innovation and not wasting taxpayers' funds on a bill that is not needed. Tohu stands by its calls to reject the bill. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. We will take questions. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you for that. There doesn't appear to be any questions at this stage. So we'll take your submission and make notes on that accordingly. But thank you both for the day.
Tēnā koe, tēnā koutou.
Thank you very much.
Kia ora. We're now going to hear an individual submission from Tawhana Chadwick.
Tēnā koe, tēnā koutou katoa. Can I start?
Kia ora, welcome. Yes, you may. Yep, you've got 5 minutes. Welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I am a mokopuna of Ngāti Hori, Ngāti Whakaiti, Ngāti Kurukuru, Ngāti Rōra, Ngāti Rereahu, Ngāti Manunui, and Ngāti Hekeawai. I'm also a member of many other communities. I'm Indigenous to Aotearoa and a descendant of European whalers and European colonising settlers who included missionaries, labourers, prospective landowners and farmers. My name is Tawhana Chadwick, and these many identities I carry compel me to speak to you today to utterly and completely oppose this regulatory standards bill and its ideological underpinnings, and to recommend to the Select Committee its complete rejection. The regulatory standard bill sits on layers and layers of myths and lies that remain pervasive in the minds of those who willingly or unwillingly attach themselves to white supremacist ideologies. These myths of their superiority and, on the flip side, our inferiority lie at the foundation of the institutions of the New Zealand government. They are namely to be human, that to be human is to be European, is to be white, is to be superior, is to be an individual, is to dominate, is to experience privilege and entitlements. To be human is to cast yourself above others, above other humans, above other species, above all other lives, and above all physical objects for their use and profit. On the flip side, to be non-human is deemed to be non-European, to be savage or indigenous, to be backwards, to be black, to be inferior, to be one-dimensional, to be subservient, to be dominated, to experience dispossession and precarity. To be non-human is to be cast below real humans. The ongoing result is the complete dispossession and exploitation of our whenua, kāinga and taonga, including our bodies, ideas and culture. We are all striving to be good humans, but for some of us that requires that we strive to dominate and exploit. And that's the ideology I see in the RSB. To suggest that good regulation sits with 6 libertarian values that value domination, private property rights, and the rights of corporations over all is to suggest that those who are deemed non-human deserve to be dominated, to be exploited, and to be subservient to landlords and rich investors. The 6 values in which Rawiri Seymour and his collaborators praise as the highest values of regulation show how inept Rawiri Seymour, the ACT Party, and the entire New Zealand government is in dreaming and in imagining a world which private property is not king, in which people can relate to each other outside of transactional arrangements of exploitation. Te Tiriti o Waitangi sets a framework for these relationships between tangata whenua and tangata tiriti that will honour the environment, honour tangata whenua, honour tangata tiriti, and honour our shared humanity. It is based on tikanga and kawa, which is the law of the land directly informed by our environment. The RSB intends to destroy any potential for this relationship to flourish. And so the constitutional framework of the New Zealand government has always been based on these values of domination. And for me, therefore, constitutional transformation is necessary on these lands for the people of Aotearoa to live and prosper together as a collective of many peoples. The work has and has been done at the community level, and I think this must continue, and we cannot and must not rely on government to do this work, as they have shown, like case in point, that the intentions are to further dispossess hapu and communities with the rule of law and to further divide and rule with propaganda. This bill contradicts and is oppositional to our shared humanity, which is why we must reject it. We must oppose it, and why it must never let it form the basis on which we interact with each other. We must instead transform the way in which we interact with each other by transforming our constitutional arrangements to a constitutional framework which honours the environment, honours the past, honours he whakaputanga o te rangatiratanga o New Tireni, honours Te Tiriti o Waitangi, honours tikanga, honours kawa, and honours each other. Matike mai Aotearoa, rise up Aotearoa. Tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you, Tawhana. You're right on 5 minutes. So, yeah, well timed.
Thank you.
Yeah, very succinct. Thank you very much. We're now going to welcome Ron Siegel in an individual submission as well. Ron, I can see you up online.
Yes, I'm just unmuting myself.
Very good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, committee, for the opportunity to speak. Firstly, I'd just like to say that I am in principle in favour of the bill that seeks to resolve New Zealand regulations that routinely violate basic democratic governance principles. This bill, in my estimation, could accomplish some of this through its set of general legislative principles, which seem reasonable although quite limited. The requirement for responsible agencies to proactively engage in stewardship of regulations is useful. The requirement for regular reviews by agencies against principles via consistency accountability statements, the indicated regulatory standards board's ability to conduct inquiries into inconsistencies with standards is useful, although apparently missing more general reviews of agency stewardship, and the regulatory standards board's ability to ensure government agencies meet their regulatory standard reporting obligations is useful, particularly with ultimate redress to High Court. Having indicated those positives, my disappointment in this bill are threefold. Firstly, around enforcement. So although the bill provides extensive powers to request information, there are no specific remedies that I could see where legislation that falls below the standards. For example, perhaps a requirement for ministers and indeed responsible agencies to table remedial action plans within specified timeframes. Otherwise, this could end up becoming a framework with potentially costly box-ticking process requirements, but no meaningful consequences for poor compliance. The second disappointment is really about guidance. The guidance in the bill itself is very limited, with no specific tests against standards or corresponding examples. Definitions are sparse, with many key terms or phrases undefined: unduly diminish, good justification, fair compensation, proper relation, levy is reasonable, reasonably practicable with respect to consulting. However, I noted that legislation should preserve the court's constitutional role of ascertaining the meaning of legislation. So perhaps this is an excuse for missing definitions and examples. I'd question this. Surely good governance should avoid leaving broad scope for judicial interpretation of regulations contrary to Parliament's intent. Indeed, this is, in my view, has to be an important candidate for a key principle of regulation. Apart from clear definitions, I would like to have seen much better guidance to avoid misinterpretation, even perhaps avoiding the various current conspiracy theories about nefarious intent of the bill. Guidance possibly by including worked examples or use case scenarios. Thirdly, exemptions. Regulatory exemptions, it seems to me, are often leveraged for political convenience. This bill could have been an opportunity to lay down a principle to reduce or avoid such poor governance behaviours. Instead, in my view, the bill itself is guilty of including exceptions that effectively violate its own principles, for example, by not stating the cost benefit or other reasons for an exception. So I'd recommend a principle that regulatory exceptions should not be used as a method of avoiding compliance with regulatory principles or similar. So in summary, generally, I'd expect a regulatory standards bill to itself be a very model of good regulation, which in my view, the bill in its current form isn't. It requires more teeth, much more comprehensive guidance and definitions, preferably with examples to avoid misinterpretation outside of Parliament's intent, and exclusion of exclusions other than for, say, circularity reasons. However, such a bill is needed because New Zealand's legislative process does not consistently follow basic good regulatory governance principles, in my view,
Ron,
such as those expressed in the bill.
We've gone slightly over, but Mark Cameron does have a question. Is it right if we take a question?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you both, Mr. Chair and Ron. Thank you very much. Very good to see you both here online. Ron, you spoke about misinterpretation of the law given the judicial branch, less so the Crown and its role as the sovereign power, you might say, of New Zealand. Can you give us some examples where you've seen misinterpretation from the Crown via the courts in New Zealand and where that's played out?
I think, yeah, I mean, some of that is, from what I've seen, is a lot of what's been talked about today, and that's on the treaty itself. So when I look at what is a very simple document signed in 1840, what's often talked about in the courts and indeed by government is features that are such as active protection. That's one example. That's not in the treaty, yet it's talked about as though it is in the treaty, both by government and particularly by the courts. So that's one example. I think it would be more honest to say that active protection is a policy. It's not in the treaty, but it's decided more recently that it's going to be a policy.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good answer. Very grateful for your answer. Thank you.
All right. Thank you both. Thank you, Ron. We're now going to move to the Opportunities Party. I believe we've got Kale online. If I did your name correctly?
Am I coming through well?
Yep, can hear you. Good, thank you. We've got you for 10 minutes, but of course, if you can finish a little bit earlier, it presents us with the opportunity to ask questions.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Cale Smith, and I welcome the chance to speak on behalf of TOP, the Opportunities Party. TOP is a political party founded in 2016 that exists to champion and pursue policy that affords every Kiwi equal opportunity to pursue their potential in ways that are socially, economically, and environmentally sustainable. TOP earned the votes of over 60,000 New Zealanders in 2023 who believed in our vision to address political challenges at a fundamental and long-term level, rather than tinkering at the edges and favouring the status quo. TOP opposes the legislation and sees it as redundant and lacking the additional efficacy touted by supporters, while also raising legislative liability for our country. If passed, despite the well-documented and overwhelming opposition, it would undermine not only key democratic principles and the enduring precedent of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, but also some of the foundational principles of the bill itself. The bill is so resoundingly divisive that the opposition has already committed to repeal, potentially making this a complete and utter waste of time, money, and political capital. Simply put, there are two possibilities. One, either the bill achieves its presumed objective of constraining the regulation making of future governments more than already allowed by current systems, or two, the bill does not constrain future regulation and is ignored or repealed by future governments. The first possibility is the bill will constrain decision-making in a way that is inconsistent with regulatory best practice and the expectations most New Zealanders have of their government. The bill is ideologically narrow. It only reflects one view of what regulation is, mainly protecting private property and limiting the role of government. It ignores the many other reasons we regulate, like protecting human life, preventing unsafe building, protecting the environment, or addressing inequality. It puts short-term economic interest above long-term public need. The bill arbitrarily protects the current economic setup, ignoring past injustices and how economies change over time. The present state of affairs and the decisions that have led to it are not deserving of special protection. Should the government have been impeded from introducing the regulatory changes that enabled ride-sharing companies to disrupt the taxi industry, allowed the initial introduction of the Hauraki Gulf Marine Sanctuary, or enabled our space sector to emerge? Should a future government be impeded from regulating emerging technology like AI to protect New Zealanders, to enable growth, or both? This bill opens the door to a concept of regulatory taking that is so broad it can impose near unlimited liability on future governments. Should existing payday loan companies, for example, have been compensated for the investments they made when annual interest rates were capped, when previously there was no regulation on what they could charge? Treasury, not normally known for their radicalism, argues a similar point by saying the bill could impose costs on agencies exceeding the potential and economic and societal benefit. The second possibility is that the bill will not prevent future governments from regulating as they please, as its provisions are not binding. If this happens, the bill will have merely proved a waste of this committee's time and public service resources used to develop and implement it. By failing to meaningfully engage and blithely ignoring opposition to the bill, its supporters have ensured the second scenario will be the reality sooner or later. The opposition has already confirmed they will repeal the bill. TOP is not opposed to the concept of regulating to improve the quality of regulation, although we are hardly convinced this bill will genuinely facilitate this. In any case, quasi-constitutional matters like this need to be executed with a view to building an enduring consensus that will survive multiple governments. Our primary recommendation is the bill be withdrawn as it fails on several essential fronts. Consultation has been poorly sought and seemingly disregarded, there is an unprecedented public rejection of the bill with as little as 0.33% of public submissions in favour of the proposed legislation per the Ministry of Regulation's own regulatory impact statement. And lastly, the bill appears to propose several significant concerns, ironically introducing a layer of red tape. I thank the committee for your time and your genuine consideration. I welcome questions if you have any.
Thank you, Cale. Appreciate your submission, both written and today, oral. There doesn't appear to be any questions, but I'd like to thank you for coming in and submitting all the same.
Thank you all for having me.
Committee, we've got one more submission and then we'll have a short break. This is with the Northland Urban Rural Mission. I think Tim Howard is online. Welcome, Tim.
Kia ora mai. Tēnā koutou ngā karangatanga maha te motu, and greetings to the committee and acknowledgements of all the submitters that I've been listening to today. Thank you for the privilege to address you today. We regret that there's only 30 hours for oral submissions to be heard. A bill with such constitutional impact as this needs more thorough scrutiny. To clarify for the Minister, I'm not a bot. I'm Tim Howard of the Northland Urban Rural Mission, a church and community collective that has worked for social justice, community development and te reti justice since the early 1980s. Parliament has 3 times rejected the regulatory standards bill's predecessors. The proposing minister has not taken on board substantial critiques of what might be called his pet project. He is closed-minded about the rejection of the bill by the Waitangi Tribunal, legal experts, academics, Māori, the public, and even his own ministry's officials. We, however, ask that the Select Committee recommend that this bill be withdrawn and that New Zealand First be consistent and vote against the bill. The bill is unnecessary. We note that the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee, the law experts, if lawmaking experts, stated that there were already mechanisms in place to oversee the lawmaking process. And though these mechanisms could perhaps be strengthened, a new law was not needed. And they criticised the specific principles in the bill, calling them selective and deeply contestable. We note that no evidence of the size of the problem to justify the bill's aim to reduce regulation is provided. The bill is unnecessary. What stands out in the bill is its silence about Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the principles of the treaty. That silence is deafening. It treats Te Tiriti as a nullity, just as Justice Prendergast did in 1877. We submit that any significant constitutional legislation must source its validity in Te Tiriti itself and its values. The bill's absence of reference to Te Tiriti o Waitangi and its principles serves to reinforce the worst of colonising policies and gives power to new policies overtaking tangata whenua again. The principles of the treaty are also conspicuous by their absence. These principles are now more closely approximate to Te Tiriti o Waitangi that the rangatira of 1840 signed. Rangatiratanga, manakitanga, kaitiakitanga, equity, partnership, and more. Excluding Te Tiriti and its principles and leaving regulatory decision-making to the Minister and the Regulatory Standards Board, guided by limited libertarian principles, serves to strengthen colonial structures controlling Māori communities. The bill is an exercise in denial, ignoring the substantial historical injustices against Māori, while at the same time disempowering any attempts at affirmative action to offer to redress for those injustices. It has the effect that moves supporting rangatiratanga are left open to subsequent challenging by corporates, and tangata whenua be forced to pay again for the expropriation that they've already suffered. With others, we say, toi tū te tiriti. This bill overthrows a number of our constitutional arrangements. The bill removes the legitimate constitutional role of te tiriti, just as the ill-fated principles of the treaty bill attempted to do. It purports to narrow down lawmaking to a few libertarian principles. In effect, it sets itself up as a parent law, overseeing other parliamentary lawmaking, and centralises increased power to the executive and primarily to the Minister for Regulation. For example, it is the Minister of Regulation who would be empowered by this bill to call for investigations and to issue guidelines on how the principles will be interpreted. The Minister is all-powerful, backed by a hand-picked statutory standards board, mainly economists, which interferes with the work of MPs who are elected and accountable. The current important work of the Regulations Review Committee is ignored in the policy work supporting this bill. The bill's extreme simplicity overrides the checks and balances essential to a functioning democracy. For example, the bill's principles are structured so that they're not able to be addressed by the courts, thus cutting against the constitutional principle of the separation of powers. The bill also weakens the basic principle in our Constitution of ministerial responsibility, as it seeks to empower the Minister for Regulation alone. Overall, the bill is constitutionally deficient and should be rejected on those grounds. The principles cited in Clause 8 in the bill may each have some justification individually. However, they are a very limited cohort of principles, are reflections of the values of the ACT Party and their fellow travellers. They are, to quote, selective and deeply contestable. These principles are individualistic, favouring corporate and property rights, and omit a number of principles that must be seen as essential to good lawmaking. There are a number of principles that are not in the bill. These include the treaty waitangi and the principles of the treaty, the public harm principle, principles of distributive justice where the basic needs of all people are met, protection of the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment, and the principle of that the government is obliged to follow its international legal obligations. These and many more are not included in the principles in Clause 8. The bill's narrow principles omit so much. Embedding any political direction, especially this neoliberal direction, into wide-ranging legislation like this bill is simply wrong. Coupled with the powers proposed for the Standards Board and the Minister, these principles lead to a dangerously narrow focus for all lawmaking. They lead to poor lawmaking. Finally, with its emphasis on property rights and individualism, the bill will likely give significant power to corporations and to wealthy individuals to pressure government not to be addressing the needs of mana whenua and communities and of the environment. It also leaves government, iwi and hapu, NGOs and communities liable to legal attacks as soon as corporates have any perception of having lost anticipated profits. The regulatory takings clause of the bill will have a deadening effect. Corporates can easily threaten to litigate against any policies that are pro-environment, pro-social, pro-human rights, pro-workers, if they are deemed detrimental to the corporate's profit-taking. And of course, many corporations would like to be free from regulation. That the bill seeks to go a long way down that direction is extremely damaging. For these and other reasons, we ask that the Select Committee recommends the bill's rejection. Kia ora mai tātou.
Thank you, Tim, and Northland Urban Rural Mission for your comprehensive submission. That we don't appear to have any questions, so we'll thank you for your submission, and we'll end there.
Kia ora mai. Thank you very much. Reject the bill.
Kia ora. Committee, we're actually a few minutes early now, so we can have an afternoon tea break and meet back just before 10 minutes past 3. Thank you.
for people. We're being told this bill is about transparency or good governance. What it actually does is enshrine a narrow market-first framework that treats fairness, equity, and even te tiriti o waitangi as secondary if they're even considered at all. This bill would make it harder to deliver public housing, harder to protect the environment, harder to support mental health, and harder to build a country where rangatahi like me can thrive. That's not better regulation. That's sabotage dressed up in legalese. We're not naive. We know exactly who this bill benefits, and it's not our communities. It's those who already have power, capital, and influence. And for the rest of us, this bill builds a legal wall between our needs and the laws meant to serve them. We're here to say we see it, we reject it, and we're not going to stay quiet while it happens. Let's talk about who loses under this bill, because the answer is clear: students, renters, workers, Māori, disabled people, and anyone who relies on public systems to stay afloat. This bill puts up legal roadblocks in front of the very kinds of policies that make life livable for us, things like universal student support, rental protections, free mental health services, healthy homes regulations, and affordable public transport. Under this bill, all of those could be framed as inefficient or inconsistent with so-called regulatory principles. But here's the thing. Real people don't live in spreadsheets. These policies save lives, reduce harm, and give people a chance to thrive. But the bill doesn't care about that. It's structured to care about one thing: economic cost. Not fairness, not well-being, just cost. And even worse is it tilts the playing field so that only those with resources, consultants, and policy experts can get laws across the line. Small groups like students' associations, disability advocates, and Māori-led organizations would be expected to justify every reform idea with economic analysis most of us can't afford to produce. So what happens? Our ideas don't make it through, our experiences don't count, and we get told again that our voices aren't good enough. This isn't regulatory improvement. It's a tool to silence grassroots voices and entrench the status quo. And that status quo is already failing far too many people. This bill's complete erasure of te tiriti o waitangi is a red flag, and it should be taken as exactly that, a warning that the rights of tangata whenua are being deliberately pushed aside. This isn't just an oversight, it's an intentional move to strip treaty obligations out of how we write laws in this country. It sends a clear message that partnership, equity, and tino rangatiratanga are optional unless they serve economic efficiency. That's not just wrong, it's a breach of trust. And when you center only individual property rights while ignoring collective rights and responsibilities, you're not just choosing a different legal framework, you're choosing to side with private capital over Māori, over hapu, over whenua. In practice, this bill would make it harder to sustain the support systems that help Māori students succeed. Services built on kaupapa Māori values that recognize and respond to structural disadvantage would be treated as questionable, if not outright vulnerable. Their value wouldn't be seen because it can be easily measured in dollars. This is what systemic inequality looks like when it's codified into law. The bill also hands powers to an unelected regulatory standards board which could publicly declare progressive laws inconsistent. Ministers will second-guess reforms, departments will delay action, and courts may slowly start to embed these ideological principles into our common law. Let's be blunt, the bill is a Trojan horse for deregulation. It makes change harder, even when that change is needed and demanded. And it does so by quietly moving democratic decision-making into backrooms and technical panels out of reach from the people most affected. Let's talk about the public response, and it's been overwhelming. Before this round, over 22,000 people submitted against this bill before. And what did they get in return? They were dismissed, categorized as copy and paste campaigns, filtered out by AI tools, treated like their voices didn't matter because they didn't come wrapped in legal or economic jargon. And this was an insult. It's a perfect example of how this bill treats people, not as participants in democracy, but as obstacles to be managed. This is not just bad process, it reflects the core values embedded in the bill itself. That only technical market-framed input is valid, that if you speak from lived experience or collective concern, you'll be ignored. And that the more marginalized your community is, the less weight your views will carry. The expert warnings have been just as clear. Sir Geoffrey Palmer, Andrew Geddes, Jonathan Boston, All constitutional heavyweights have said that this bill is flawed, anti-democratic, and risks judicial overreach. They've warned it will hollow out Parliament's power, create legal uncertainty, and entrench inequality under the cover of regulatory principles. This is not just a tweak to the process, it's a deliberate attempt to constrain what future governments can do, even when the public demands change. It's about locking in economic ideology and locking out anything that challenges it. If you genuinely want better regulation, improve what we already have, strengthen impact assessments, broaden consultation, empower community voices, but don't introduce a system designed to favor the wealthy, the powerful, and the status quo. So here is our position. Withdraw the bill entirely, and if you refuse to do that, then at the very least, embed Te Tiriti o Waitangi clearly in the framework. Recognize well-being, sustainability, and equity as core principles. Limit the Regulatory Standards Board to non-binding advice only. Protect targeted policies aimed at addressing systemic inequality, and include a 5-year sunset clause with a full independent review. Because here's the thing, this country is facing urgent challenges: climate, housing, inequality, mental health, and the last thing we need is a legal straitjacket that makes doing the right thing harder. This bill puts profit ahead of people, and it elevates ideology over justice. And it treats the public as a problem, not a partner. And we won't accept that, and you shouldn't either. Thank you.
Thanks, Jet. We'll go to Francisco Hernandez.
Chair. One of the things that I'm interested in your submission that you didn't elaborate that much in your presentation was that, OUSA is kind of a small organization, and you mentioned the compliance and reporting burdens on non-for-profits. Can you elaborate on what you think those might be under the Regulatory Standards Bill?
Sure. Yeah. So under this bill, it's unclear exactly what kind of information and data that would be, I suppose, required to collect if we took public funding. And I suppose it starts putting a compliance burden on, I suppose, small organizations like ourselves, which are already quite, I suppose, we're already under pressure with all the services we're trying to deliver, and adding a further compliance burden can just, I suppose, create more problems with us. Yeah.
And this is around the section around the consistency around regulation, right? That's the section.
Yes, yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Thank you, and we'll go over to Mark Cameron.
Jet, thank you, Mr. Chair. Very grateful to Mr. Chair for that. Jet, very quickly,
yep.
You mentioned silenced voices, and you are a voice of the youth, so well done, good on you. You've also mentioned property rights versus the sort of collective good. Your property rights just incidentally starts with your body, so that's the sort of an act determination. I'd just make an observation. You know, your very vessel is your property. But Jed, I just want to talk about the $80 to $140 billion we now spend to keep the country alive. We used to spend 80, now we spend 140 billion in 6 years. So the question I have for you is, how do you see the taxpayers of the country, which are about half the working class people, you might say, paying all of this, being able to afford even more money if we create bad regulations? And how do you see that, bad regulations, if we have them in fact, affording young people, which will soon be taxpayers, buying their first home?
Sorry, I'm a little bit confused on the question.
Well, I think I'm referencing the enormous amount of money we now spend as a crown to keep the country operating, teachers, nurses, doctors, etc., the civil service. And that has gone up massively in 6 years. If we continue to make bad regulations, or do make bad regulations, that is going to be a burden on the taxpayer. And the question I have for you as a young person, do you see first home buyers being pushed further away based on the size of the taxable footprint the country now has?
To be completely honest, I'm not entirely sure specifically to do with that.
Do you see a taxable burden, though, associated with bad regulations?
I mean, I'm sure things need to change in terms of the regulatory field, but I just don't believe that this bill is the way to go about it. I believe that there are other ways that you can strengthen regulation as a whole.
Okay.
Thank you, Jet. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we'll leave it there. Thank you, Jet, for your submission, and on behalf of the Otago University Students Association, wish you well. We're now going to welcome the Pacific Lawyers Association, and I believe we've got Chris Merrick speaking on their behalf.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Chris. We're in your hands for 10 minutes, but please feel free to leave a bit of time at the end for questions.
Sure thing. I'll just zoom in. Sorry. Hopefully that's better.
Nice technology.
Well, kia ora mai tātou. Whakatapu ki heki mō tōru kotoa, ko whakataha mai ki eni. Ngā mihi o te wā kia tātou i tēnei wā o te matariki, kia tātou ko whakarau i ki te rānei. The Pacific Lawyers Association, also the PLA for short, welcomes this opportunity to speak to its written submissions we filed on the 23rd of June. Established in 2001, our membership is drawn from the legal community, primarily made up of Pacific lawyers, academics, students, and others, including those non-Pacific members of the profession that are aligned with our organisation's objectives. A quick note before kicking off our submission today. In making the submission, we don't purport to speak for all Pacific peoples. Rather, we bring a perspective that is informed by our intimate knowledge of the law and awareness of issues that impact our Pacific communities in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I just want to make clear that in preparation for this bill, I did read the bill in its entirety. In summary, the PLA opposes the bill completely and submits that it should be discarded. The reasons we make that submission today are as follows. As the previous speaker said, and I'm sure others this morning did too, the bill erases Te Tiriti o Waitangi and Tikanga Māori as a consideration in good lawmaking and good regulatory practice. And to that extent, the PLA endorses the submissions of Te Hungaroa Māori. I won't speak to that point any further today, other than to stand alongside the written submission. The bill will entrench a narrow, short-sighted approach to lawmaking in this country. In short, it's our submission that will take us backward as a nation. The bill will give unprecedented power and influence over lawmaking processes to a politically appointed few in the form of a board. And the bill and the process which has been utilised to advance it is in our submission the antithesis of good lawmaking. Finally, through its narrow framing of what amounts to responsible regulation and good lawmaking principles, it's our submission that the bill excludes other important matters relevant to Pacific peoples and our relationship with primary and secondary legislation and lawmaking processes in general in this country. We have outlined in our written submission what we believe is some important context from a demographic perspective when considering Pacific peoples and this bill. As we've outlined, it's projected that the Pacific population in this country will reach 11% by 2043, and the Pacific population is a young and quickly growing one, which will make up a large part of the workforce over the next 2 decades. Alongside that, according to Infometrics New Zealand, Pacific people are overrepresented in what it describes as low-skilled roles, accounting for 53.2% of the total Pacific population employment population compared to 34.3% in total population. In preparing for this submission, there's another important piece of data to come out of Census 2023, which I wanted to highlight today, and that is the rates of Pacific home ownership. Those are important in the context of the priority given to economic interests and property rights in this bill. Disappointingly, and I read in an article which suggested this was tragic actually, and I would agree with that. The 2023 census confirmed that 16.8% of Pacific people owned their own home in 2023, compared with 42.1% of all New Zealanders. These are some of the important demographic aspects of Pacific peoples in Aotearoa, which are important to be considered alongside the bill. And I'll now make the points, just speak to the points made in our submissions in opposition to this bill. The bill itself requires legislation to be consistent of what it outlines as the principles of responsible regulation outlined in Clause 8. That includes a selective selection of aspects of the rule of law, liberties, taking of property, taxes, fees and levies, and the role of courts, as well as good lawmaking. Via Clause 9, the bill then provides a requirement that the agencies include a statement of consistency with those principles. It's our submission that the bill is selective, really, about what amounts to principles of responsible regulation and good lawmaking. It's clear, having read the bill, that the filter through which those principles have been articulated is that of libertarian ideology subscribed to by the ACT Party and the 8% of the constituency it represents. Now, the Ministry of Regulation itself, in its documentation prepared alongside this bill, noted the concern of the majority of submitters in consultation phase of the bill that it prioritised economic and individual property rights over collective rights and treaty obligations. The previous speaker made the same point, and we share those concerns, adding that the PLA is really concerned that other fundamental rights, for example, those recognised in international law, such as the right to housing, the rights of children and young people, will also be overlooked in favour of those economic and property rights promoted by the bill. To return to the Pacific home ownership data that I cited earlier as an example, there's a real concern that's well founded in our submission that, take for example, a regulator looking to address an issue for the benefit of tenants, renters and their families, of which we know Pacific peoples make up many. That regulator will be hampered in its ability to make effective regulation for the benefit of those communities under this bill in our submission, because there'll be a clear conflict there between the rights and interests of those renters, families, communities, and those of the property rights and economic interests of landlords. Now, given the data regarding the Pacific workforce that we've also included in our submission, workplace health and safety is another area where there is a significant and well-founded concern in the PLA submission regarding this tension between economic and individual property rights vis-a-vis businesses and those who they employ. Final point I'll make under this heading is the requirement under Clause 9 to produce a consistency accountability statement in our submission really is just an effort to eliminate other factors that the legislative design process must take into account, and which we note are already covered in processes such as the preparation of regulatory impact statements, which cover some of the things that would be required under the bill. Bill of Rights compliance reports and treaty impact analysis. The PLA agrees with the point made by the regulatory impact statement for the bill that the current processes could and should be strengthened. In our submission, those processes provide a range of sources and information to inform legislative and regulatory design. What is proposed in this bill, though, is a retrograde step in our submission. We've made the point, as have others, about the concern of a politically appointed board. The only point I wish to make about that today is, to the extent that some may suggest that a diverse membership of such a board might improve its function. In our submission, whilst by general principle, having collective decision-making bodies be diverse in their membership is positive, whatever this board is comprised, whoever this board is comprised of, will be bound by the inadequacy that is the bill itself in terms of its provisions that I've already addressed. The final submission is really, I think, the heart of the matter, and ironically, the bill, whilst purporting to stand for good lawmaking and responsible regulation, is not an example of that in of itself. It's been advanced in a way which has been without consultation with Māori, without regard to te tiriti and tikanga, without consideration of other important matters relevant to all our communities here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, including the Pacific community. Structural inequity and disadvantage are important things to consider in the context of legislative design. This bill simply hasn't covered those matters and hasn't been promoted in a way which could be said to be good lawmaking in itself.
Chris, sorry to interrupt. If you'd just like to maybe make a closing statement, because we're nearly at 10 minutes.
Thank you. I'm actually at my last point, and it probably picks up on a point question made asked by Mark earlier to the previous speaker, and that's the scope of the review provisions of the bill. Clause 17 are incredibly wide. They will be cumbersome, they will be costly, and they will take time. So to the extent that this bill might be promoting cost savings in some areas, it will be a cost blowout in many others. And I understand that there's information before the committee in respect of that. It would not be a good use of time and resource, and that would effectively dampen the ability of agencies to create further, more constructive regulations for our communities, which would not, in our submission, be in the public interest or the communities by which are impacted by them. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for your submission, Chris, on behalf of the Pacific Lawyers Association. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're now going to move to Rock the Vote New Zealand with Damon Goulder-Horrobin.
So as a start.
Yeah, thanks, Damon. We've got you for 10 minutes as well. But of course, it's a guide, not a target.
Yep. Wonderful. Thank you so much. So my name is Damon Goulder-Horrobin. I am the Rock the Vote NZ Deputy Party Leader. My background is IT and economics. I've got a Master of Economics and a graduate diploma in data analytics. And we're just a party that believes in good, sensible lawmaking and just common sense in general, and we do our best. So Rock the Vote NZ agrees with the intent of this bill and would dare say that this bill should pass through the select committee. However, there are conditions, and perhaps too many, but we'll see. So we support this bill because it has a great potential to assist with lawmaking for members of parliament, to simplify lawmaking and improve its quality. Not all members of parliament, and not all of us are lawyers, we're not experts in the law, we're not reading millions of pages of legislation all the time. One of the main things about this bill, which I like, is that it offers a great opportunity to have a reference point for how good lawmaking should be done. And it should serve as the end product for all existing legislation to make it easier for MPs to know what good lawmaking is. Our reasoning for why we support this bill and our conditions might not be the same as acts, but we'll see what happens. And ultimately, this bill doesn't have to be something that antagonizes the left, says the left is, take this with our property rights. This can help everyone. This can make things easier for all of us. So I'll start just by talking about what Rock the Vote NZ considers good lawmaking, because this will preface the rest of my submission. So really, we start from first principles, and first principles is a physics approach to the physical world. It's a mathematics approach to law and digitalization, and it helps us empathize with other people. And good lawmaking is all about empathy. It's all about understanding others, what they know, how they got to their position, and how we can help them, and maybe what they need to hear. And one of the key things about first principles is simplifying things. It's not all about making things complicated for everyone and making things, we've got to be smart, pretend to be smart. It's about simplification. So with that in mind, I'll talk about the most important conditions that we have for this bill and essentially what the bill should do before it passes the select committee. So the principles in general, Rock the Vote New Zealand agrees with the tone of these principles. We do believe in, property rights and the freedom of the individual to complete their missions and lives. However, if we empathize with others, some have said this in their submissions, but actually all of the principles that are derived in this bill, all of those should come from existing legislation and laws. This should be an end product. There's a danger with freestanding principles, and that if it's not derived from anything that's already existing, it can be challenged. And obviously, as you've seen today, there's been many challenges to these principles. So I would like to see the working for these principles so that we know that every principle in this bill is from existing legislation and Bill of Rights Act, Imperial Laws Application Act, and all of that. And if it's done correctly by first principles and by mathematics, with the empathy of others in mind and the opposition in mind, there shouldn't be any standalone principles, or if there are, there must be extensive consultation on these principles. And I suppose a lot of the written content of the principles is just attempts that we've done to kind of derive some of those to make the wording a bit more agreeable. The second condition, which is a bit of a smaller one, the appointment of the Regulatory Standards Board. It's appointed by the minister, by just one person. It could be better optics to have the appointment to be a bit more balanced. For example, you could have maybe one representative from each party on the board, so the interpretations and applications of each principle is balanced. Well, there's different things you could do to try that. And then finally, just some of the key misunderstandings I've noticed from people that have been submitting and in the media. First of all, this bill is not binding. It doesn't stop legislation being passed. There might be some pressure, assuming the principles are correct, and hopefully they are correct or will be correct. The courts can't use it to, I dare companies to try and use it. I dare them to try to use this bill to get compensation. And obviously the other one is people saying that Act doesn't have the mandate to pass or to enact this sort of bill. Again, every party is beneath 50% of the vote. So the democratic legitimacy is always tested at the when they all come together and vote on the bill. And obviously the Treaty of Waitangi is built into existing legislation. Existing legislation is created with the treaty in mind. Obviously, we do have to respect the treaty. It's very important. And then the Regulatory Standards Bill derives its regulatory standards from existing legislation. Assuming the principles are correctly derived, and I would like to see the working for that. And just in conclusion, again, this does not have to be a bill that antagonizes the left. Everyone's saying, property rights, ha, ha, ha. It can really empower MPs to have a point where they can get good points on how to build the legislation. And I respect the committee, again, empathy, is going to have a lot of late nights ahead of them building the report. And I hope that what we've done will help you guys out. Thank you, and any questions?
Thank you for that. Raymond, we don't appear to have any questions at this point in time. So thank you for that. You made your points very well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to move to Sunday Blessings Auckland. And we've got Danielle presenting. Yep, I can see you there. Welcome, Danielle.
Thank you very much for having me. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to be heard on this bill. Can you hear me okay?
We can. And just to confirm, we've got 10 minutes with you, but of course, if you save some time at the end, we can ask questions.
Thank you. My name is Danielle Legale. I'm Kuki Airani, or Cook Island Māori. I'm head and co-founder of Sunday Blessings, which is a by the community, for the community grassroots response to food poverty amongst Auckland CBD's rough sleeping community. We provide various activations all year round, a free meals list, which is printed in libraries, community centres, Auckland City Mission, at Lifewise's Cafe, even at the Auckland District Court, of which exists a court specifically tailored for the needs of people experiencing homelessness. And we assist other Auckland-based community groups serving our street whānau through our umbrella charity Community Groups Feeding the Homeless Incorporated. The large community that we serve is disproportionately represented by tangata whenua experiencing homelessness. So although we are Cook Island Māori led, where possible, we firmly stand in solidarity with our New Zealand Māori Indigenous peoples experiencing poor outcomes, such as homelessness and food poverty. We oppose this bill and request it be abandoned. We believe that this proposed bill is a fourth round attempt at a version of a bill that A, prioritises individual liberties over collective well-being, B, provides a warrant to overlook the duty of proper consultation, and C, in part, it undermines its own standards and aspirations of responsible regulation. The starting point for the reasoning behind my submission is that Indigenous peoples experiencing homelessness and food poverty on their own rich lands is a good example of the math not mathing. This out of balance calculation is, in our view, a result of legislation, policy, and other power structures that irresponsibly ignore obligations honouring the collective under Te Tiriti o Waitangi and various human rights law instruments. I say this as our starting point because the anomaly of a person of the land simultaneously experiencing homelessness and food poverty is one driving factor for the work we do on the ground, but also why we pop up in system spaces like this. So individual liberties v collective well-being. In a country as rich as ours, legislation, policy, and power structures that prioritises individual wealth and liberty over collective well-being creates ripe conditions for homelessness, food poverty, and other poor outcomes to continue on the upward trend. In this bill's context, a person's liberty, which we interpret as individual liberties, is expressed 10 times. Oh, I see I have a question. Okay.
We'll save that to the end.
Oh, okay, great. Sorry. Is expressed 10 times within the bill. In contrast, there is no mention of collective social well-being of all people of Aotearoa New Zealand or any other check and balance on prioritising the collective well-being of all, but in particular, our Indigenous Māori who Sunday Blessings disproportionately serves. We argue that this is actually irresponsible proposed regulation in light of responsibilities under Te Tiriti and various human rights instruments, as previously said. Sunday Blessings further submits that acknowledging collective wellbeing principles and practices were actually ignored from the outset. This is due to the very rushed introductory process this bill followed over the Christmas and New Year period, resulting in reduced, effective, and necessary consultation required for robust decision-making that withstands scrutiny. We believe that with appropriate consultation from the beginning, this bill would not have cost the public in resources and time in even making it to this stage. Moving to the elected duty of proper consultation, Sunday Blessings is also concerned that the bill expressly allows for a potential warrant for our elected officials to overlook the duty of proper consultation through the bill's good lawmaking principle that restricts consulting to that of which is considered reasonably practical. Sunday Blessings acknowledges that it is a fine balancing act in meeting adequate consultation with timely decision making. We ourselves are often met with the tension of having to make decisions, and some of them urgent, to allow for the sustainability of our service without being able to consult with all our partners and users of our service. However, we only apply a more trusty model of decision making in situations where health and safety or sustainability of our services for all our users are at risk. We are nervous about this bill's express term reasonably practical in light of recent inflammatory commentary, what we believe is recently inflammatory commentary from the architects of this bill, combined with mass passing of legislation under urgency, of which we believe is improperly ignoring constituents' voice, by and large resulting in poor outcomes for the many, but especially the have-nots. In non-urgent situations, who will be making the decision of what is reasonably practical? Will lawmakers consult with the people who currently do not have a seat at your decision-making table, or will that practice be considered unreasonable? That is our worry. And undermining its own standards and aspirations. Earlier in these oral submissions, I mentioned that this is a fourth round attempt at a version of this bill, and I tautoko the helpful point made by the Law Society in 2.2 of their written submissions. and that three previous versions of this legislation have already been introduced into this House. The bill was already run in 2007, in 2011, and 2021, and resulted in Part 4 of the Legislation Act 2019, which reads, "The purpose of this part is to better inform parliamentary and public scrutiny of government-initiated legislation, and B, to promote good administrative practices for the development of such legislation." I do acknowledge, however, that this part hasn't actually come into force. But I question, why are precious public resources being poured into consideration of this bill for a fourth time? Is this effective lawmaking? We submit from a purely economical perspective that no, it is not. Furthermore, as to effectiveness or potentially undermining effectiveness, I highlight that at the top part of this bill, the principle of maintaining consistency reads as the number one principle. At the top of part 2, sorry. Our response to this is that most issues in any context require a discretionary approach that takes into consideration factors relating to circumstances and community needs that vary. We argue that a bill potentially restricting local responses to local issues through a uniform approach and consistent principles may not again be effective lawmaking. Instead, an iwi hapu whānau approach, for example, that allows for localised responses made by appropriate people and empowered by you MPs, would in the end be more effective and more responsible. So in conclusion, Sunday Blessings argues that on the face of it, this 2025 version of this bill fails in meeting its own reasonable standards and aspirations of legislation being effective. It is not good process and good lawmaking to keep flogging a dead horse, and we are hopeful that a future version of this bill will not pop up for a fifth time. That concludes my oral submissions. 1 minute for a question, hopefully.
Thanks, Danielle. Yes, we'll go to Mark Cameron.
Danielle, and with the leave of Mr. Chair, thank you so much for your time today. I do have a quick question. Danielle, is food waste a big problem in your industry in terms of food poverty for New Zealanders?
It absolutely is, but I would say we view that the unregulated, I guess, way that food is allowed to go to waste, and I'm talking quality surplus food that is allowed to go to waste. We are trying to switch it, and we viewed it as an opportunity for the community to be able to respond to food poverty in light or in lieu of legislators not doing what we believe is necessary.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think you've hit a really salient point here. So if we agree that there could be better laws that would afford you good quality food for New Zealanders, in the same vein, can you agree that good and bad laws in New Zealand warrant better regulatory settings? In other words, that there could be a role for the Regulatory Standards Bill as oversight for bad laws not to be passed?
I think it comes down to the integrity and the values behind the people that have created the bill and the intent behind their reasoning for creating a bill. On the face of it, good lawmaking, regulating lawmaking is a good thing, but it can also be a way to undermine specific practices and marginalised community hidden under a thin veil of being something good.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you for you.
Thank you, Mark. Let's leave it there. That's great. Thank you, Danielle, for your submission today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you both. Thank you.
Francisco, we might come to you first next time, if you've got one, sorry. We're now going to go to Te Puke Māori Women's Welfare League branch. And I believe we've got Sandra Potaka kicking it off for us.
Kia ora.
Welcome, Sandra.
Yeah. Kia ora, everyone. Yes, I'm Sandra Potaka. I'm the president of Te Puke Māori Women's Welfare League. We are one of the branches affiliated to the national body of the Māori Women's Welfare League. So the League was a women's movement established in 1951 to provide support for Māori women and their whānau without the means to support themselves. In 2025, as a collective of volunteers within the community, we're continuing to provide similar support for whānau, often without government funding or resources to carry out that mahi. After more than 70 years, the needs of whānau are still high, exacerbated by a less disposable income resulting from an unstable economy and increasing job losses, particularly experienced in our area. For many whānau, this means vulnerability now and an uncertain future. Our members are people who are in daily contact with vulnerable whānau. We experience the level of deprivation that our whānau suffer as they strive to house, feed and clothe themselves. We're often called upon to represent their voice and to articulate their needs and also their aspirations. The key issue for today's submission from the Te Puke branch of the Māori Women's Welfare League is the power and processes which might impact on good lawmaking. The proposed regulatory standards bill, in our collective opinion, intends to undermine te tiriti o Waitangi, which in turn undermines the ability of whānau to function well as whānau, let alone to participate in economic growth and sustainability. In its current form, we feel that it perpetuates systemic racism. Because of this, we predict that many whānau will continue to spiral downwards. Meanwhile, foreign interests and the financial elite, who are a minority in Aotearoa, New Zealand, will be encouraged and supported through the proposed bill and other legislation to build their personal wealth. Te Puke Māori Women's Welfare League members feel that there are aspects of the proposed bill that will continue to impact negatively on Māori and other ethnic populations. We are concerned that social equity has already been eroded by recent legislation, which has been bulldozed into law through unfair and undemocratic process. We feel that in our democracy, it's not only about having the majority vote, but more importantly about making decisions which provide positive outcomes for the majority, regardless of personal gain. Our members feel that the current government has utilised their majority position in Parliament to promote their political agendas against the political will of the people. Te Puke Māori Women's Welfare League are seeking fair and reasonable outcomes for all our whānau and for the government to honour their responsibilities and obligations guaranteed by Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the principles on which Te Tiriti is expressed in law and in everyday life. While we have a primary focus on Māori women and their whānau, we believe that what works for Māori will also work for non-Māori. We openly state that we seek a fair and equitable future for all whānau, whether they are Māori or not. The League motto is tātou tātou. It promotes kotahitanga, which can only be achieved if we work together to achieve a future where we all prosper. So our position is that the Te Puke Māori Women's Welfare League opposes the regulatory standards bill, and we recommend that the bill does not progress further and that the government reject the divisive program proposed by the ACT Party, which serves to privilege their minority views, and which does not assure us that they uphold the democratic right of the whole population of Aotearoa, New Zealand, to determine our future. Kia ora, that's our submission.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you for that. We don't appear to have any questions for you, Sandra, but thank you for making both submissions today and your written one.
Thank you.
We're now going to go to Horizons Regional Council, and I believe we've got Rachel and
Kia ora.
Kia ora, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us the time, and I appreciate it's been a long day for all of you on screens. I'm Rachel Keedwell, I'm Chair of Horizons, and I have with me Erin Murphy, who's one of our senior policy analysts, and I'm speaking to the Horizons submission. So Horizons is a regional authority for the Manawatu-Wanganui region, extending from south of Levin to north of Taumaranui and from Wanganui across to the east coast. One of our primary responsibilities is managing our region's natural resources. I'll take our submission as read and note that the points in our submission are offered up in the spirit of improvements to the proposed bill. However, we do have significant reservations about the bill, particularly in its current form. Since the submission was written and signed off by Council, I've heard multiple concerns about the bill from government departments and officials and a range of experts. And it's concerning to me that a bill supposedly focused on good law making is receiving so much criticism for its legislative shortcomings. And I urge you to take on board advice from your officials and from the submission process to address these shortcomings. I'd like to reiterate a couple of key points from our submission, and then I'm happy to take questions if there are any. So regional councils are responsible for managing natural and physical resources in the public interest and for the common good, often requiring regulatory interventions that may impose constraints on private property rights. There are many values that guide policy for managing natural resources, such as wise stewardship, harm minimisation, and ecological integrity, and these are inherently complex and multidimensional. This bill will attempt to judge existing and future legislation using a narrow template that will fail to account for this complexity involved in managing natural resources, and this could stifle the development of appropriately nuanced policy responses. The proposed principles in the bill emphasise minimal interference with property rights, which may create tension when applied to regulatory frameworks focused on long-term environmental and community outcomes. When this is coupled with the focus on compensation claims for the taking or impairment of property rights, we will end up with a reversal of the environmental principle of polluter pays. Efforts by councils to regulate or to apply discretion using precautionary limits or to adopt stricter standards in sensitive areas are all necessary to manage natural resources sustainably. And this bill will reduce this ability or will require compensation for lost profits. We have particular concern about how this bill will restrict the ability of the replacement RMA legislation that's under development to sustainably manage our resources for future generations. And we ask that you consider what the impacts may be on such a major piece of legislation that is yet to be finalised. Our environment underpins our economy, and this bill risks increased environmental degradation that will have perverse economic outcomes as a result. The omission of any reference to Te Tiriti or Waitangi in the bill is a critical gap. As a regional council, we are actively committed to partnering and working alongside iwi and hapu to manage natural resources and deliver public outcomes. With more than 30 iwi and hapu groups that have interests in our region, and only 7 of whom who have settled, treaty settlement status is not a reliable or complete indicator of iwi rights and interests. Embedding a principle encompassing Te Tiriti in the bill would help avoid creation of inequities in how iwi are engaged in regulatory decision-making and implementation. Regarding the Regulatory Standards Board, we have significant concerns about the disproportionate power that sits with the Minister and the lack of democracy inherent in the proposed model. We submit that any board should include a broad mix of expertise, not only legal and economic, and should include perspective from, for example, local government, to ensure the board's advice is grounded in how regulation actually works on the ground. The bill grants significant discretion to a single minister to appoint and manage the Regulatory Standards Board without legislative guidance or on representation or on process. This centralisation of power raises concerns about balance, transparency and long-term institutional credibility. From a specifically local government perspective, the bill omits an explicit exclusion of regulations made by local authorities, such as bylaws, regional plans and policy statements, from the need for assessment against a set of regulatory principles. Local government regulations should be explicitly excluded from things like preparation of consistency statements to avoid ambiguity and misapplication and to avoid potentially significant financial implications. But although the provisions of consistency statements may not be appropriate for local government, it's important that when talking about regulatory systems, all key participants and co-regulators are included in the legislation development and broadly in system performance. Regional councils are not only implementers of regulation, we are co-regulators, often jointly responsible for system design, delivery, compliance, monitoring and public engagement. Because of this, we suggest that the CE-level stewardship obligations in the bill are extended to require collaboration with regional councils to ensure the system works cohesively. across all governance levels. So that's the key points I wanted to make. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, and I hope that you'll find our feedback helpful to your decision-making process.
Thanks, Rachel. We'll just go to Francisco and then to the Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for that submission, Rachel. I've got a quick question, the same one that I asked the Dunedin City Council. I don't know if you're listening to that one, but approximately how many pieces of secondary legislation would you say that the Horizons Regional Council administers over?
I'm going to see if Erin can take a stab at that.
I wouldn't have an accurate answer, but I know there's over 70 services that regional councils provide. So any secondary legislation would be guiding a lot of those. Sorry, I don't have exact numbers.
Thank you.
Thanks, Megan.
Yeah. Look, thank you very much for your submission. One of the things we've been hearing from a range of submitters about the potential for compensation payments to impose costs, which will ultimately fall on either consumers, taxpayers, or ratepayers. And I just wondered if you'd given any thoughts to what increased costs that your rating base may have to absorb.
Well, I think the problem here is the definition of that is not clear from this bill. What's the definition of property? So, where exactly is that line going to be drawn? But if you took an example from if we put in place freshwater policy that restricted how people could use their land, would we potentially be liable to provide compensation for whatever degree of economic loss they perceive that they will have imposed on them from those policies? So because the bill's so unclear, we couldn't give you a precise number, but what is very clear from it is that that's a real possibility, and that's what I mean. It would be reversing the polluter pays principle. Our ratepayers would be subsidising the environmental degradation in that sense.
Thank you. And I think it's important if we can tease out exactly what those increased costs that your ratepayers may face as a result of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. And Mark Cameron.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just as a counter, if I could, Rachel, if you'd be so obliging, appreciating local nuances at a catchment level, if I may, do you think that in the past that governments of all colours have run sort of roughshod over local councils in regards to some of the NPS frameworks that have gone, like I say, from various governments across councils' desks, where such regulatory reform and oversight, especially with a regulatory standards bill, would have put cost-benefit analysis in place, giving you guys more nuanced control at a catchment level? Could you see how that could tease out, or do you disagree?
I don't think you need this bill to be able to do that. There's plenty of opportunity through the work we have to do to put in place the policies to look at that. And we need to be able to have the nuance, because if you look at, and for example, in the Horizons region, one of our largest catchments is the Manawatu, and different parts of that catchment have completely different geologies, different water quality outcomes, and so there's no way that one rule could suit all. So it's more about making sure we get the laws right in the first place, and then allowing the local government to tweak it. So rather than having a bottom line that we're not allowed to deviate from, allowing us to then set our own policies that recognise those individual differences across the catchments would be a better way of doing it.
You don't think that such a ministry could help you, the regulatory standards bill could actually help weed out bad laws that filtered into NPSs though?
I don't. I just see all of this bill as doing in its current form is adding another layer of bureaucracy. It's not going to help us in what we're doing.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Rachel and Erin, for your submission, and useful to get some Q&A with you as well. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now going to move to James Henare Research Centre. We've got Armin Aziz.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, welcome. And we've also got you for 10 minutes.
Yes.
But of course, please leave some time at the end for some questions.
E ngā mana, e ngā reo, e ngā waka, e rauranga tirama, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora koutou, everyone. Ko Ahmed Aziz Taku Ingwa. I am a researcher and administrator at the James Hinare Research Center, and I'm here to represent Te Whare Rangaho Hemi Hinare, the James Hinare Research Center, which is based at the University of Auckland. Our center is guided by the life and words of Tahemi Hinare, and we work directly with Te Tai Tokero communities to co-create research that enables our partners to exercise mana motuhake, to lead decisions affecting their own social, environmental, and economic well-being. I'm here today to voice our strong and unequivocal opposition to the Regulatory Standards Bill. We urge the Select Committee to recommend an immediate stop to its progression. I will outline our opposition by focusing on three core themes, which might seem as a repeat, but a repeat of others who have submitted, but we have to reiterate those points. First point is the bill's fundamental breach of the Te Tiriti o Waitangi. It's dangerous prioritization of a narrow ideology over people. And finally, the deeply flawed and undemocratic process behind its creation. Let me begin with our first and most important point. This bill represents a fundamental breach of the Treaty of Waitangi, Te Tiriti o Waitangi. The deliberate omission of Te Tiriti from the bill's proposed principles of quote-unquote good lawmaking is a constitutionally significant act. It actively seeks to undermine the principles of partnership and tino rangatiratanga that forms a very bedrock of our nation. Furthermore, as legal scholars have argued, this bill effectively creates a supreme legislative framework that all other laws must comply with. This new constitutional step then elevates these principles, such as individual property rights, above our nation's foundational commitment to both Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the Bill of Rights. It dangerously concentrates power in the office of the Minister of Regulation, eroding the democratic checks and balances that are essential for the functioning of a democracy. This leads me to our second point. The ideology embedded in this bill is not neutral, it is actively harmful. The bill codifies a narrow neoliberal worldview that prioritizes individual and commercial property rights over collective and customary rights. Now, in a nation where the Crown has a history of land confiscation and the denial of customary rights, this is not just problematic, it is a direct threat to justice. The ideological bias extends to social equity. The bill's emphasis on the so-called quote-unquote formal equity is a tool that risks being used to dismantle targeted support for Maori and other marginalized groups. It ignores historic and systemic injustices, and in doing so threatens to weaken vital protections in areas like employment, health, safety, or other safety for our most vulnerable communities. Now, my next point concerns the process. The way in which this bill has been developed is as flawed as its contents. There was no direct engagement with Maori as a treaty partner, which is a shocking omission for a bill of such constitutional significance. The treaty impact analysis provided during the consultation process was so heavily redacted that it prevented any meaningful or informed participation. The Waitangi Tribunal itself found this consultation process to be fundamentally flawed and in breach of Te Tiriti. The Crown simply ignored this finding. The bill also proposes a new regulatory standard board appointed solely by the Minister of Regulation. This raises serious concerns about impartiality and independence, with no requirement for Maori representation or treaty expertise on the board. This disregard for due process is matched by the staggering disregard for the public will. Now, 83% of the nearly 23,000 submissions oppose this bill, and to proceed against such an overwhelming opposition demonstrate a profound failure of democratic accountability. Now, a final point is that the bill is a colossal waste of time for the government, the parliament, and the whole nation, because the principles of quote-unquote good lawmaking already exist. The legislative guidelines by the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee already exist. These guidelines provide a comprehensive set of principles for developing legislation. More than 100 principles are there. Here are some of the principles mentioned in those guidelines. Legislation should be consistent with the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Legislation should comply with New Zealand's international obligations, which was ignored in this bill as well. Maori interests that will affect by the proposed legislation should be identified. New legislations must not be inconsistent with an existing treaty settlement. Consultation must target Maori whose interests are particularly affected, and it should be before creating a bill, it should be the Human Rights Commission should be consulted as well. And also, the final point I will make is that it should be considered that the full range of consequences of passing the legislation or taking action that does not comply with the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act and the Human Rights Act. So conclude, the Regulatory Standards Bill breaches Te Tiriti o Waitangi. It creates a new constitutional framework based on narrow political ideology. It threatens the well-being of our communities, and it has been pushed forward through a flawed process that ignores overwhelming public and Maori opposition. For all these reasons, James Hinare Research Centre strongly recommends that this committee propose an immediate and complete stop to the progression of the bill. And this is not simply about abstract principles of lawmaking. This is about upholding the honor of the Crown, the mana of the treaty, and the protection of our democratic integrity, and ensuring a just and equitable future for all in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Thank you. Hopefully I have time if there are any questions. It seems there are none.
Thank you, Ahmed. Yeah, appreciate your submission. There doesn't appear to be any. So we'll leave it there, but thanks once again for your written and oral submission today.
Cool, thank you. Have a glass of water, Ryan.
All right, we're going to welcome Marie Russell, who's now doing a personal submission. Thank you, Marie.
Hello, can you see me?
Not yet, but we can hear you. There you go.
Good, thank you.
Fantastic. We're in your hands for the next 5 minutes. If you want to take a bit of time for questions at the end, feel free.
Kia ora koutou, and thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. The three aims of the bill that you're familiar with: promoting accountability of the executive to Parliament for high quality legislation, supporting Parliament's ability to scrutinise bills, and supporting Parliament in controlling the use of delegated powers to make legislation. My understanding is that there are already existing mechanisms and processes that meet these aims, and the previous speaker has mentioned some of them. There are the committee processes like this one we're having at the moment, the Regulations Review Committee, regulatory impact statements, the Waitangi Tribunal, and after legislation has passed the courts. But I'd like to talk about the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee and the role this committee has, including advising departments early on in the process of designing legislation, setting standards and scrutinising bills that come before Parliament. And the legislation guidelines that were mentioned by the previous speaker compare extremely well against the provisions of the Regulatory Standards Bill. For one thing, they acknowledge the Treaty of Waitangi, Te Tiriti, and its importance in our country's constitutional arrangements. And the bill ignores Te Tiriti, and this is very wrong in my view. Then the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee comprises, as I understand it, senior government public servants, legal experts, constitutional experts, and people from outside government with special expertise. The bill, on the other hand, sets up a smaller board, 5 to 7 persons, to be appointed by the minister, which is, in my view, makes it open to cronyism. Always a concern. In addition, the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee has a mandate to work at an early stage with policymakers who are developing legislation. And this means that bills coming to the House have had the benefit of knowledgeable advice in advance of the bill coming to the House. The current bill, by contrast, as I understand it, takes more of a sort of top-down approach and waits for complaints. To my mind, the supportive bottom-up approach of the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee is preferable and more likely to deliver quality. Finally, I want to say there are astounding double standards at work around this bill. The party introducing it, the government supporting it, have shown no regard for quality. By May this year, halfway through the coalition's term, it had passed 24 bills under urgency without proper scrutiny, no committee stage, nothing. One of the bills entailed outrageous haste, and that is the Equal Pay Amendment Bill, rushed through to, as it was said, to save the budget. Where then was the concern about quality in legislation? These double standards undermine trust in government. It's very concerning. And with that background to this bill, what I'm hearing is do what I say, not what I do. And I've never seen such naked hypocrisy in Parliament, and I hope never to see it again. So my question to the committee is, if there are any genuine concerns and not just ideological concerns about legislative quality, why not recommend to Parliament to use the existing mechanisms and processes to address them? And please throw this bill out. Have you got any questions?
Thank you for your submission, Marie. Yes, we have got one from Dr. Deborah Russell. Welcome back.
Thank you. Marie, I know I'll just disclose this, Marie's actually my auntie, but I happen to know she's a public health expert. And Marie, you mentioned on page 2 your concern around clause 8 not allowing for public health interests. Can you just elaborate a little on that?
I was concerned that some of the agencies that work to support public health in terms of, say, tobacco use, alcohol use, gambling and so on, may be subject to the requirements for compensation if they do their work. I don't know if that's correct. That's what I understand from the bill. And this is deeply concerning because we need all the protection we can to protect our public health.
Thank you. And just further disclosure, Marie and I haven't actually discussed the bill, so but I did want to hear that public health point.
Thank you.
No worries. We have met time. Thank you for your submission, Marie. Really appreciate it. And
thank you.
And I can assure you that your niece is very active in Parliament. We're now going to welcome Melanie Nelson in a personal submission again. But a very comprehensive written submission. Are you there, Melanie? Yep, there you are. Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm sure you know the process, but we've only got you for 5 minutes, so we're in your hands.
Good afternoon. I've published extensive analysis on the RSB since December and interviewed experts across sectors. I'm deeply concerned about the instability and uncertainty this bill would create. It doesn't clarify the rules, it changes the game. I'll cover this uncertainty, its real-world effects, and locking in the ACT Party's disproportionate influence. The RSB doesn't future-proof our laws, it destabilises them. You're planting a legal minefield in the statute book and asking ministers to tiptoe through it. Some of the principles may sound reasonable, But as the primary benchmark for lawmaking, they shift the centre of gravity in unpredictable and destabilising ways. They reflect ACT party preferences, selectively lifted from existing LDAT guidelines, the gold standard for good lawmaking, and reshaped into a narrow libertarian frame. Even familiar concepts like the rule of law are reduced and distorted. This isn't clarity, it's a blueprint for control. It introduces ambiguity across every portfolio. Key terms are undefined, yet expected to guide the entire lawmaking system. The Minister for Regulation and the Attorney General will issue interpretation guidance without oversight or appeal, centralising power in one political office. It is not good governance or good lawmaking to pass a law with such significant flow-on effects without extensive sector analysis. My submission includes nearly 200 pages of sector-specific questions, and that's just the beginning. Nearly all laws could be challenged or amended under the RSB, creating instability for government, business, and communities for decades. The bill will have real-world effects, despite Clause 24. It won't be judges striking down proposals. It will be Cabinet colleagues and the board holding red pens and marking inconsistent on your policies. The bill weaponises responsibility, turning it into a stick to beat down any policies that defy ACT's ideals. Legal rights aside, the bill creates cultural, political, and institutional pressure. Ministers and public servants will respond, not because they must, but because the political cost of being repeatedly labelled irresponsible will be too high. The politically appointed board can publicly undermine policy without consequence, issuing non-binding findings that shape debate, cabinet decisions, and judicial review. This will punish necessary or bold regulation and put national and New Zealand First's own priorities in the firing line for being irresponsible, such as small business, farming, regional infrastructure, and pensioner support. Officials may avoid proposing needed reforms, fearing an inconsistency ruling, shaping what gets proposed or funded before laws are even drafted. It will shape lawmaking through narrative dominance and soft power. It's claimed the RSB will cut red tape, but it replaces it with pink and yellow tape, tying government in knots and obstructing the work of good governance. In theory, Parliament remains sovereign. In reality, it will answer to ACT's worldview, shifting its focus away from balancing the interests of all citizens. ACT will be the perpetual tail wagging the dog. The bill embeds ACT's ideology in higher law, funds its entrenchment with the machinery of state, and gives ACT a taxpayer-funded megaphone, even if they're not in power. You're handing ACT the stage, the spotlight, and the script to drown out your own ministers. If National and New Zealand First truly believe every policy should be filtered through ACT's values, they should say so. If not, they risk being undermined by a framework they helped legislate. ACT will use taxpayer-funded evidence to critique your policies through a filter you endorsed. You're setting a bar that your own policies will struggle to clear. The bill creates a political trap. It will be used to publicly undermine your ministers whenever they act pragmatically or in response to public need. If you wouldn't let ACT write your policy platform, why let them define the standards your policies will be judged against, leaving you constantly defending your divergence? If you believe your party has a different vision than ACT, then this bill puts that vision at risk. If you wouldn't hand ACT your campaign strategy, why hand them your constitutional settings? This is a constitutional Trojan horse. ACT's ideology slips in quietly, while other parties work hard to erode their own mandates. It guarantees one thing: ACT always gets the final word, and your policies may never make it to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie, for your submission and very comprehensive written submission too.
Thank you.
We're actually at time now, so yeah, thank you. We're going to move on to the next submitter.
Thanks for your work. Bye.
I'd like to welcome Naomi, if they're up. Melanie, no, that's Melanie's going. Okay. Okay. Oh, we might have a small gap just while the team organise the next couple of speakers. So might just have a couple of minutes offline if you like, and but don't go too far. We've only got 3 more organisations to go. And can I say to the officials who've done a fantastic job today, it's been one after the other in perfect succession. So great job at getting everyone lined up. Not easy, I'm sure. Oh, you have Kahui Legal. Okay, so we could go to them. They're scheduled after Naomi, but we can go straight into that if they're ready to go.
I'm happy to go now, sir, if that works.
Yeah, I think we've got everyone still. Yep, here. Yep. Thank you and welcome. So we've got you for 10 minutes, but of course you can leave a bit of room at the end for questions if you'd like.
E te komiti, anei te uri o Ngāti Kaharau, o te whānau o tū whakairi ora, e mihi atu nei tēnā koutou. Ko Tara Hauraki tōku ingoa, he tumuaki ahau ki Kahui Legal. Tēnā koutou, my name is Tara Hauraki and I am a partner at the law firm Kahui Legal. And I'm making this submission today on behalf of Kahui Legal, and just at the outset would really like to thank the committee for this opportunity to present. By way of background, Kahui Legal is a specialist law firm with experience and expertise in legal issues that affect Māori, and the interface between Māori and iwi organisations and the Crown, local government and other entities. We provide legal services across a wide range of areas, but as part of our practice and perhaps most relevant to today's kaupapa, we are regularly called upon to advise our clients and the government on regulatory compliance, as well as legislative and regulatory reform, including the development of new and sometimes novel legislation. So perhaps if I start here in terms of our submission on this bill, Kahui Legal supports the aspiration, obviously, for high quality legislation and regulation. However, in our view, the Regulatory Standards Bill fundamentally fails in both conception and design to advance that aspiration. And it's for that reason that we oppose the bill in its entirety. In terms of the why does it fail to achieve that aspiration, this can be broken down into 2 central themes, in my view. First, we say that there is a process issue, and second, there is a substance issue. And so in terms of process, it's hard to reconcile that a bill purporting to promote good lawmaking and high quality regulation fails to meet its own standards by way of a policy process. And in our view, undoubtedly the policy process has been poor. There was inadequate consultation. The consultation process was rushed. It occurred over the Christmas New Year period. That's an extremely challenging time for people to engage with what is ultimately a very significant proposal. And in terms of the engagement with Māori specifically, what we know is that the Waitangi Tribunal has found that the Crown's consultation process was fundamentally flawed and in breach of the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Despite that flawed process, there was substantial opposition expressed through submissions on the initial discussion document, but those concerns are unaddressed in the bill that is now before this committee. The bill suffers from a lack of problem definition, so the regulatory impact statement refers to there being a need to act fast and there being insufficient incentives for careful scrutiny, monitoring and review. But this does not support the policy solutions that are ultimately proposed in the bill, and in particular the principles of good regulation, which I will discuss shortly. So frankly, it is hard, I think, to see how we got here, particularly when the ministry's own preferred option was not the option that is progressed in the bill. In terms of substance, again, we say that there are significant problems. The principles contained in Clause 8 of the bill are a mixture of what I would describe as unnecessary, problematic, and incomplete. So some of the principles simply state foundational legal rules and principles that already apply in the context of legislative development, and which are in fact deeply embedded in our constitutional assumptions. So, for example, the rule of law and the role of the courts. It's odd and problematic to try and define these and incorporate them in a framework which also provides for, and I think directly contemplates, the balancing and potential deprioritization of those principles against others. Second, the bill entrenches a particular neoliberal view of regulation, and this doesn't reflect either the lived experiences or aspirations of Māori and other population groups. The bill instead elevates, ultimately, personal liberties, private property rights, as well as economic and other commercial interests over collective rights, over things like social well-being, the environment, and tikanga Māori. And if I think about this in the context of the work that we do at Kāhui, our concern is that the bill is likely to constrain kaupapa Māori policy design by marginalising Māori perspectives and really creating structural deterrence to regulation that seeks to advance treaty-consistent outcomes. To the extent that the bill elevates liberties of the person, personal security and property, I think it's also really important to note that these are not low-level regulatory standards. They are fundamental values. And if we are considering enshrining those values in legislation, then in my submission, that is worthy of a much deeper constitutional conversation. And a more appropriate mechanism by which to codify those values would be something like the Bill of Rights. It's not appropriate to import those values into something that professes to be about regulatory standards. The bill is also striking, I think, for what it omits, including the Treaty of Waitangi, despite its foundational place in New Zealand's constitutional arrangements. And this omission represents a regression in legislative practice and really a departure from constitutional norms in this day and age. It limits the space within which to consider the treaty in the context of the definition of good lawmaking. And I think in doing so, it effectively sidelines the treaty, which is contrary to the Crown's duty to actively protect Māori rights and interests under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We also have some concerns around the Regulatory Standards Board. It appears to lack independence. Board members are to be appointed by the Minister of Regulation, and there don't appear to be any safeguards in there to ensure impartiality, transparency or public accountability in that process. And the absence of any requirement for Māori participation and treaty expertise, I think, is also concerning given the board's functions, and really that exclusion compounds the risk created by the omission of the treaty from the bill. Overall, the bill creates a further and unnecessary layer of bureaucracy. It will be expensive to implement, and it doesn't really make any economic sense given it is unlikely to produce the outcomes it purports to promote. So well-established legislation guidelines which guide good lawmaking already exist, and we know that those were most recently endorsed by Cabinet, I think, in 2021. And in addition, the Legislation and Design Advisory Committee already undertakes a number of the functions proposed under the bill through the advice it provides government departments in the initial stages of developing legislation. So the short point there really is that this work is already being done, and somewhat ironically, this bill is seeking to duplicate that. I think in conclusion, we urge the Select Committee to recommend that the bill be abandoned. We do not think and this is an important point, that the bill can be tinkered with to fix the problems we have identified, because those problems are fundamental. There are significant issues with the principles that the bill proposes to enshrine and the way in which it proposes to enshrine them. And they ultimately create more uncertainty in the law than they would resolve. And further, the absence of a clear directive to consider the Treaty of Waitangi in the bill, coupled with what would be an additional onus on policymakers as a result of the bill to justify interventions outside of the prescribed standards, is likely to have a chilling effect on the design of policy, regulation and legislation that centres Māori and treaty-centred or treaty-based rights and interests. And this risks, in my view, deepening rather than resolving existing inequities. And so the question I'm left with is, how is that consistent with the promotion of good law?
Thank you,
Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Oh, right on time. Well done. Yeah, thank you for your submission today and your written submission as well. Appreciate it.
Nā koutou.
We're now going to welcome Hannah Hagan from Nahomi. Welcome, Hannah and friends.
Kia ora re. Kia ora.
Kia ora. You've got 10 minutes, but of course you can leave a bit of time at the end for questions if you like.
So, tēnā koutou. E ara rā, e ara rā, e ara rā e te kōrero, e ara rā e te wānanga, e ara rā e te whakaaro nui, e ara rā e te ngākau whakawhiti, tūtiro whiti whakamaua kia tīnā, haumi e hui e,
tā ki e. Kei taku iti, ngā mihi te rānei. He mihi tēnei ki a koutou katoa, kua tae mai nei ki tēnei kaupapa whakahirahira, ki tēnei kaupapa motuhake. Aha koa te kino, aha koa te raupika, aha koa te whakahe manawatanga, ka haere tonu, ka hikoi tonu, ka ora tonu tātou. Ake, ake, ake. He mihi ki te kuini Māori a ngā waihono i te pō tātou te whirowhiro te tuawaru. Nāna nei te iwi Māori e whakakotahi ki te kāhui ariki nui tonu paumairere ki a koutou. Ka mihi ki ngā mate o Matariki i wihi atu ki te korowai orangi nui i hono ki ngā whetū o Matariki me puanga moe mai te rangi Māori e. Rātou te hunga mate ki a rātou, tātou te hunga ora ki a tātou. Ka mihi ki ngā mana whenua o tēnei rohe o Waikato, ko Ngāti Wairere, Ngāti Māhanga, Ngāti Raukawa, Mania Poto, Waikato hoki. Ka mihi ki ngā mana whenua o tēnā rohe ko te whanganui a Tara, ko Mua Upoko, Ngāti Toa Rangatira, Taranaki Whānui ki te upoko o Tika. Te Ātiawa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. He mihi ki ngā iwi e tau nei, kia kaha tonu i te whawhai mo te tiriti o Waitangi, mō tō tātou tino rangatiratanga, mō tō tātou taiao, mō tō tātou tamariki mokopuna hoki. Anō, e mihi ana ki a koutou katoa, e rangatira o te komiti nei. He uri a hau no Ngaitirangi, Ngāti Awa, Ngāti Tūwhare toa, te arua whānui anō hoki. Ko te arere tōku ingoa.
He uri a hau o rongo whakata, ngai tāmanuhiri, te aitanga māhaki, i te taho tōku pāpano ko tirana a hau, ko Hannah Hagan tōku ingoa. Ko etahi kaimahi māua no te rōpu ko ngā haumi.
Kei te he a ngā haumi i tēnei pira.
On behalf of Ngā Haumi, we are here to represent our complete and total opposition to this bill and call for it to be abandoned immediately, recommending that it not proceed through any further stage of the House. We are coming to this oral submission as a group of deeply concerned and impacted rangatahi taketake. As future tipuna, we have intergenerational responsibilities to safeguard our well-being and look after the shared resources for our tamariki mokopuna to come. Therefore, we refuse to sit back and watch the intergenerational harm proposed in this bill. As the rōpū who have submitted against the Fast Tracks Bill, the Treaty Principles Bill, we do not participate in this process because we believe in its merit or that because we think you are going to listen to us, we are here today to acknowledge all tamariki, mokopuna, and rangatahi. This kōrero is for you. As rangatahi Māori, we dream of a world of respect, kindness, and generosity between each other and all living beings, self-determination, and where everyone shares the responsibility to work hard for the good of the community and for the good of all things.
This parliamentary system is one built upon the perpetual settler colonialism of the indigenous peoples of this land, tangata whenua. This foundation of New Zealand as a country is structured on the violent confiscation of Māori land, the forced silencing of te reo Māori and the tongues of our kaumātua, among countless other egregious wrongs. The ancestral tie between ourselves and the land has never ceded or been extinguished. There is a pattern establishing itself upon the backdrop of colonisation and capitalism that has long scarred this whenua, this world. A pattern of disenfranchising our Indigenous peoples, of gaslighting those who suffer from poor decisions, of ignoring terrifying realities of climate disaster and a society in disarray. But what we don't understand is why the majority party is entertaining the ideological vanity projects of a minor party that could not secure even 9% of the vote. We worry for the future legitimacy of our democracy that many claim to value, especially as it is well known that this is the fourth attempt to get this bill through the House since it was first introduced in Parliament in 2007. The Electoral Commission states that our system of government is a representative democracy, but this government has repeatedly demonstrated that it will pass bills without legitimate democratic mandate or accountability. Colonialism and capitalism along with it have always been a destructive and ecologically reckless worldview, intent on profit-making power, carbon-intensive economics and hierarchy, placing production and capital over whenua and Indigenous peoples. Extraction is stealing. It is taking without consent, without thought, care, or even knowledge of the impacts that extraction has on the other living things in that environment. This government is enabling the further degradation of the ancestral places of Māori, that many Pākehā, tangata tiriti, and tauiwi have connections with too. The RSB slashes environment regulations, concentrates political power, and grants an ongoing protection of benefits by and for those who already have powers and resources by giving corporation undue influence in state affairs and legislation. We believe this government is aware but acting ignorant of how and why colonisation happened and continues to happen and the ongoing benefit it offers to the Crown.
This bill, along with the Treaty Principles Bill, are attempting to rewrite our constitutional frameworks, whilst New Zealanders are unaware of the impact of these proposals on our lives in the country. It affects all New Zealanders, our society, our environment, our rights, and te tiriti o Waitangi. And we're worried this boring name allows its significance to hide in plain sight. And this is deeply concerning that New Zealanders are not aware, as it could result in a loss of democratic power where New Zealand citizens become increasingly voiceless against the Regulatory Standards Board and the power that that would hold under this bill. Now, part of our mahi at Ngā Haumi is to honour our whakapapa relationships to whenua. So we're deeply concerned with how this bill undermines environmental protection and could hinder the urgent long-term solutions required to address the climate crisis, ecosystem collapse, and taonga species loss. Our ancestors teach us that whenua is not capital or a commodity. We believe in the freedom to collectively access our lands, urupa, clean water, culture, kaioranga, warm, dry houses, and we want to remain connected with our whenua, our wai, our taiao, our tipuna, and our uri. Ka ora te whenua, ka ora te tangata. We're empowered to stand up against the onslaught of environmental degradation and harm, knowing the harm that comes to our environment also comes to us. And acknowledging other oral and written submissions such as Tangaro Tui Aotearoa, Endangered Species Foundation, 350, and various other environmental groups, this bill conflicts with collective responsibilities to look after the environment and sidelines the importance of good environmental regulation, instead creating a regulatory bias against its protection. Now we want to briefly address the arguments that may be made in support of this bill, such as that of good lawmaking and economic efficiency. First, this bill cannot promote good lawmaking because there is no wide public support for its principles. Second, in regards to economic efficiency and using buildings as an example, under-regulation can actually lead to greater economic and social costs. And this was taken from an RNZ article on the $47 billion bill for new hospitals and repairs. Decades of underinvestment in health infrastructure means hospitals need substantial remediation to meet the needs of future patients. And this is just a small, short example where under-regulation and underinvestment can actually lead to substantially bigger bills later down the line. And we heard in the submission that was the last submission, these issues that we've addressed, that other people will address, cannot be fixed through later technical amendments, and so this bill needs to be rejected in its entirety.
Demonstrated by the 45,000 strong hikoi and the hundreds of thousands of submissions against the Treaty Principles Bill, this momentum isn't something that's going to die down. Our fire has been lit, our kaha is alight, and our tipuna are with us. Ka whawhai tonu mātou, ake, ake, ake. We are continuing a legacy our tipuna have overcome time and time again. From cutting down the flagpole in Kororareka to protesting for our land, our reo, our hauora, our identity, our tēnā rangatiratanga from the 70s to now and continuing to do so. This bill is yet another bolt in the colonial machine that we will rise against. If our kōrero is not clear, Ngā Haumi completely opposes the Regulatory Standards Bill. And further, we support all other submissions who have spoken against this bill and the points they've made that we don't have time for here. Nō reira, e te komiti, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Perfect timing. Thank you for your submission, just on 10 minutes. Yes, very clear your position. So we thank you for that, making the time today to join us.
Thank you very much.
And for our last submission of the day, committee, we've got the Royal Australian and New Zealand College of Psychiatrists, presented to us by Dr. Mark Lawrence. Welcome, Mark. We've got 10 minutes with you, and of course, you're welcome to finish early and just allow time for questions.
Ai, tēnā pai, yeah. O kaiku nui kia kurahi tēnā koutou katoa, kia ora arai Dewi. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to the submission. So my name is Mark Lawrence. I'm I'm representing the college because I'm a psychiatrist. I've had 25 years of experience working in Aotearoa, New Zealand, mainly in the Bad Plenty, where I trained. Just for simple information, the college, or the RNZCP, is a bi-national organisation responsible for the education and training of specialists within the discipline of psychological medicine in Aotearoa, New Zealand and Australia. We are therefore medical doctors because sometimes people get confused between psychiatrists and psychologists. We are medical specialists that deal with and treat people experiencing severe psychological distress and moderate to severe psychological episodes. Most of mental health distress is managed in primary care with GPs and in the NGO sector, but the college represents nearly 9,000 members of qualified specialists and those that are in specialist training. Our training and policy advocacy approaches is informed by subject matter experts with expertise in academic, clinical and educational realms, and we're service delivery experts within mental health and addiction. In 2023, we acknowledged the First Minister of Mental Health, the Right Honourable Matt Ducey, but please don't get rid of him. He hasn't fixed the problem, and he won't in the next half decade or decade. So this submission really focuses on a range of areas that you've probably already heard today. So I don't want to read to the report that we sent, and I accept that you have all had the opportunity to read the report, but maybe just to highlight some challenges within the system that make it difficult to move things forward that might relate to this bill. Probably the most important one will be the bill that is in relation to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, our founding document. And actually, our independence as a nation wasn't Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Our independent document was He Whakaputanga, because that gave sovereignty to Māori. Te Tiriti o Waitangi was not for Māori, in my view. It was for Pākehā because it allowed Pākehā to come as our first immigration policy, in my view, because we needed a pathway to allow those from outside to behave themselves and not take our stuff. As we all know, in our own constitutional progress and even in our own constitutional document, Te Tiriti is an important part of that. So this bill, which systematically attempts to exclude that from the process, is a breach of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And your own ministers within justice, within environment, have all given advice to the minister about this, but he continues to progress this agenda. Probably the most recent bill, the Pai Ora Healthy Futures Act 2022, that legislation really focuses on protection, promotion and improvement of health. But one of its second tenets were to achieve equity within health. So wherever there is a mention of developing equity, there is a concern by this bill that tries to eliminate that as an important aspect of progressing forward. So for me, this bill, if it were to go ahead, would significantly impact on those that are most vulnerable: Pacifica, Māori, youth, children, women of childbearing age, elderly, and all people that are experiencing poverty. If you have more than one of those factors, then your likelihood of having a negative health outcome is significant. Our communities deserve to have opportunities to thrive, but the evidence and the medical evidence is clear that we don't thrive, and many of our community groups don't. And in the report, it shows the challenges, particularly for the high rates of suicide in youth and Māori and Pacifica, and people living in poverty. The bill doesn't do anything to redress the social determinants that are commonly the drivers of mental health distress and addiction. And in fact, some are promoting those negative behaviours in their advocacy. I do want to mention the next couple of points. Yes, it was Treasury, Justice and Environment. All were opposed because of flawed ideology. Mental health care is complex. We need to have experts in the right areas, not political appointed boards that are going to make a decision on business on the basis of finance and business costs. Mental health practitioners are concerned that the bill will systematically dismantle professional standards and public safeguards, and to keep those that are most vulnerable safe. All our communities need to have access to the appropriate care when we need it, and that's really important. This will obstruct that. One of the questions that I had to you, if I could, before you ask me any questions, was thinking more about the governance of the RSB and who has the power, and who actually, if this were to become an entity, who would regulate the RSB, and how would you manage, if it was possible, to then manage the conflict of interest involved in that process. So I'll give you an example. So I'm a doctor, I'm registered with the Medical Council, I'm here in the hospital, and I'm with my medical college. If I behave badly, someone can make a complaint to the hospital. They will come to me, and I'll have to address that. Someone can make a complaint to the medical council about my behaviour and treatment. Someone can make a complaint to the medical college that I belong to about my behaviour. And then there is a process that I have to respond to that. So the reason why I asked that question, because I think it's really important to understand the governance and how, if this board structure was to be set up, how would those members be held accountable for making decisions, particularly with health, that have negative outcomes for some groups, but not necessarily others. So I'm finished there.
Thanks, Dr. Mark. We've got a minute and a half left, so I'll go to Mark Cameron.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Mark. Mark, if I could, you'd be aware that the Ministry of Health appropriates about $2 billion to the health vote or appropriation in the budget. Would you be aware also that in the last 6 years we've increased significantly the overall health budget? Would you know what that is?
In terms of how much it's increased by?
Yeah, the total sum, if I may.
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll give you a bit of an insight. It's gone from about $18 billion to about $32 billion. So the question, Mark, I have for you, do you think health outcomes today are better or worse than they were 6 years ago?
Worse.
Okay, the following question, if I may, do you believe, yes or no, there's a significant degree of bureaucracy, and this does not include doctors and nurses any more than the minister at the top, but a bloated middle, you might say, which has stifled productivity by people like yourself? Would you agree with that statement?
Well, not really, because I don't work in that space, so I don't really have a lived experience comment on that. Vigilance about spending is really important, but also you got to also equate that with our population rise as well. So a lot of the drivers for those increased spending is not about necessarily about severity. Like rates of severe depression, severe psychosis haven't gone up significantly. The issues that have gone up significantly are the issues related to social disadvantage, poverty, distress, and those things which are common here. If you go to places in Europe, say like Norway, Denmark, with healthy societies and systems, they have good supports and structures that support the communities. You don't have the same problems that you have here. We have these problems because of other factors unrelated to just, having a genetic predisposition, say, to depression or psychosis. A lot of these issues relate to other factors outside of that in some way the government has to take some stance on and improving.
Thank you. A final remark, if I may, Mr. Chair. Do you think, Mark, then it is the case, less so what we're spending, less so about what we're spending, but how we're spending it? And therefore, if you do agree with that statement, is there not a role for a regulatory body that would say, this is good law, this is bad law, throw out the bad law and keep the good stuff?
It's all in the governance and the structure, and then who's held responsible, and it's those processes that I'm more concerned about. In principle, if people behave well and have good intentions, in theory, it could progress. But my sense is, looking at the structure, I would say that the Minister for Regulation would have power over that body. And if you've got a good minister with good intentions, that's fine. But if you don't, then I find that hard.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there.
That it would go well.
Yeah, sorry, we've just gone a bit wide of the wicket. Dr. Deborah, did you want a closing question?
Yeah, I do, if I please. Dr. Lawrence, you said something interesting. I mean, I really appreciate the answers you've just been giving about the societal impacts and systemic structural problems that we have. But you mentioned in your oral submission some of the groups that might be most affected or have been bad, and you just said women of childbearing age. That's a lot of us. But were you meaning women who are within very specifically in that childbearing space around maternal health and
so there I'm referring to the challenges with in maternity. So that's
right.
So because the numbers that are just abhorrent is the highest suicide rate in our nationhood is postpartum young Māori women. Not just Māori, but that group is hugely one of the high, and you wouldn't know that. And it's the same. It's the same in Australia. If you look at the highest suicide rate in Australia, because I don't work by nationally, but I sit on our board. That the highest rate of female suicide is postpartum women, because in that postpartum period, that is one of the most challenging times for women, and that death rate is just unfathomable. It's higher per capita than it is for young Māori.
Okay,
but no one would know that.
I didn't know that, and thank you for alerting me to it.
Yeah, we're going a bit wide, but thank you very much for your submission, Dr. Mark. Really appreciate it. Very fulsome.
Thanks, Mark. And thanks, Deborah. Right.
Thank
thanks.
you.
Thank you.
Committee, we have reached time. I'm just wondering.
Can I go?
Yeah, thank you very much. We've just got whether you just want a few minutes just to sort of catch all in terms of anything you want officials to note. It's nothing official or formal, but just before I give a vote of thanks. Deborah, anything